Chapter 599. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. He didn't expect that the entire mountain range would shake. It was actually related to the birth of the so-called fifth stage youth supreme being's tomb. Moreover, after listening to the system's introduction, even Wang Mang couldn't help but feel shocked, because this fifth stage youth supreme being was too powerful, so powerful that the system gave him an extremely high evaluation, especially when he was above the fifth stage finger creation realm. He was actually able to enter the 10,000 realms and could be ranked in the top 100 throughout history. What kind of concept was this? This meant that this fifth stage youth supreme being's achievement was too high, even in the entire history of the universe, among the strongest stage 5 existences. He could be ranked in the top 100. But how big was the 10,000 realms? To be honest, Wang Mang didn't know either. But Wang Mang knew that it must be very, very big. But this fifth stage youth supreme being was able to enter the top 100 of the 10,000 realms in the history of the 10,000 realms. For this, Wang Mang was very impressed. Although Wang Mang was indeed very arrogant, but this kind of existence was able to kill his way into the top 100 of the 10,000 realms in the 10,000 realms. Just this point alone was enough to cause difficulties for many geniuses and experts who knew how many fifth stage experts had died under the hands of this fifth stage youth supreme being. In addition, what made Wang Mang even more excited was the fifth stage youth supreme being's tomb had appeared. Didn't this mean that he could also participate in it, or obtain the treasures left behind by this fifth stage youth supreme being? Wang Mang roughly understood the meaning of the system's words. This so-called fifth stage youth supreme being's tomb had indeed appeared. Moreover, this fifth stage youth supreme being's 8 secret treasures had also appeared. Although he didn't know what kind of secret treasures they were, since they were the fifth stage youth supreme being's secret treasures, he didn't need to guess to know that they were good things. Therefore, facing this mission, the first thing he eliminated was the mission's number 1 freeloading. After all, Wang Mang was indeed tempted by the tomb of a supreme youth. In particular, Wang Mang believed that his strength was extremely tyrannical in the same realm. How could he miss the tomb of such a supreme youth? Moreover, it was the tomb of a fifth-order youth sovereign. Wang Mang had no reason not to be moved. Therefore, the second mission could be ruled out. If it was just to participate, he might as well be whoring for free. Then Wang Mang's choice was obvious. That's right, he wanted to enter the tomb of this young sovereign and obtain one of the 8 great secret treasures of this young sovereign. With that thought, Wang Mang said in his heart without hesitation, "System, I choose the third mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission selected successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, even geniuses have different levels?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! A warm reminder to the host. Geniuses also have different levels. They are peerless, exceptional, unparalleled, legendary, mythical, supreme. After listening to the system's classification of geniuses, Wang Mang was stunned. He really didn't expect that there would be so many classifications of geniuses. Just the classification of geniuses alone had a total of 5 levels. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang quickly asked, "System, what about me? What level of genius am I?" The next moment, the system's voice sounded. A warm reminder to the host. Currently, the host is not even considered a peerless genius. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. No, it could even be said that he had suffered a blow. Damn it, He was also very awesome, okay? He could at least hang up and beat up those of the same realm. How could he not even be considered a peerless genius? Just as Wang Mang was feeling dejected, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! A warm reminder to the host. After the host uses the top divine ability, Wrath of the Demon God, the host can reach the legendary Supreme Youth level. The system's words made Wang Mang speechless again. If he used the Wrath of the Demon God, he could reach the legendary Supreme Youth level. He knew that too, but the problem was the price to pay for using the Wrath of the Demon God was too high. Unless there was something wrong with his head, he wouldn't use the Wrath of the Demon God to prove that he was a Supreme Youth, although the title of Supreme Youth was indeed very awesome. The problem was that if it was a one-time experience, Wang Mang would rather not experience it. But from the system's answer, Wang Mang could roughly guess what the problem was. This so-called Supreme Youth was able to surpass the terrifying gap between those of the same realm and fight against the 9 heavens. In short, it was very awesome. This also made Wang Mang even more interested in this so-called Supreme Youth. But after calming down, Wang Mang also realized a problem. The appearance of the tomb of the rank 5 Supreme Youth would definitely attract a lot of powerhouses. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but frown, because Wang Mang guessed that the number of powerhouses attracted by the tomb of the rank 5 Supreme Youth would most likely be rank 5 powerhouses, because rank 4 powerhouses didn't have the qualifications to compete with rank 5 powerhouses. Thinking of this, even if he brought Lan with him, it wouldn't be enough. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt a headache. At the same time, Wang Mang also felt that before he went to the tomb of the Supreme Youth, it would be best for him to increase his strength. Even if he couldn't reach rank 5, he should try his best to get close to it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "System, how much longer until the tomb of the Supreme Youth opens? Where is the approximate location?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny face, a warm reminder to the host. The tomb of the Supreme Youth isn't that easy to enter. You need to break the boundary of the tomb set up by the Supreme Youth. This will take some time. The host is advised to go to the tomb of the Supreme Youth within half a month. The tomb of the Supreme Youth is located in the depths of the Million Mountains. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't so soon. He still had time to prepare. At this moment, the familiar, terrifying aura in the sky descended, causing the surrounding air to surge rapidly. In the next moment, Lan appeared in front of Wang Mang. He was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and his aura was exceptionally strong. When he saw Wang Mang, he just nodded slightly. Regarding this guy's rude behavior, Wang Mang naturally didn't care at all. Expecting a pretentious guy to bow down to him, this was obviously impossible. Even if the system could make Lan follow him, it was still very difficult to make such a pretentious guy change his nature. Because even if the system removed all his memories, but Lan still remembered his pretentious lines. "A king can't be humiliated. Even if I have to carry Heaven Abyss, I still have to carry the original Imperial City. Lan, am still invincible in the world. The Red Spear, the Immortal Shield, the Immortal King, and the 9 heavens, the peak of the immortal realm, proud of the world, as long as I, Lan, am there." Chapter 600. "Master, why are you looking for me?" Lan said, indifferently with his hands behind his back. He gave people the feeling that he was full of vigor. Those who didn't know would think that Lan was the master and Wang Mang was the servant. Wang Mang said slowly, "Come with me. Let's go see our East Vice City Lord. Our East Deputy City Lord's son dares to snatch my immortal stones. I want to see how capable he is." At this point, Wang Mang's eyes were cold and murderous. Hearing this, Anlan was instantly enraged and said with a cold expression, "My lord, this deputy city lord Dong is such a big dog egg. He dares to do this." "Master, don't worry. With me, Anlan, here, whether he is the East Deputy City Lord or the City Lord, Anlan, will suppress him with one hand." After hearing this, Wang Mang was satisfied. With Anlan, he had more confidence in going to East Deputy City Lord. At the same time, General Jin Men and General Yin Men, who were trembling on the ground not far away, were completely stunned. They finally understood why the newly appointed Great General of the East City Gate was so arrogant and lawless. No wonder Wang Mang didn't put this East Deputy City Lord in his eyes. It turned out that he had a Stage 5 powerhouse as his subordinate. If they had a Stage 5 powerhouse as their subordinate, they would be so arrogant and confident. Originally, they thought that Wang Mang's side was the weak side, so they chose to give Wang Mang's share of millions of immortal stones to the East Deputy City Lord's son without hesitation. But looking at the current situation, they simply kicked a steel plate. It couldn't be said that Wang Mang was strong, but the strength of Wang Mang's side was not inferior to the East Deputy City Lord at all. Thinking of this, the two of them were in despair, because they didn't know what fate they were about to face. The East Deputy City Lord had the right to decide their life and death. It was even easy for him to kill them. At the same time, Wang Mang's side was completely offended by them. At the same time, Wang Mang, who was preparing to go to the Deputy City Lord's mansion, couldn't help but glance at the two of them. Although Wang Mang understood their cowardice, he would not let them off easily. In addition, Wang Mang also needed these two guys to identify him. This was actually Wang Mang's precautionary measure. If this East Vice City Lord's strength was too tyrannical, Wang Mang would still have room to deal with him. After all, the fact that the East Vice City Lord was able to compete for the North City Lord's position proved that he was not weak. Therefore, Wang Mang's plan was to fight if he could win. If he couldn't win, he would reason it out. "You two dogs, why aren't you leading the way to the East Vice City Lord's mansion? Could it be that you want me to help you up personally?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, General Jin Men and General Yin Men were so scared that they almost fainted. Because how could they not understand Wang Mang's meaning? In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, they were able to muddle their way to stage 4. They did not have a strong aptitude. To be able to muddle their way to this step, there was an element of luck. Now that Wang Mang asked them to lead the way to the East Vice City Lord's mansion, it was simply forcing them to become friends with the East Vice City Lord and become enemies. At that time, it would be hard to say whether they would live or die. Unfortunately, they did not have the slightest choice now. The two of them stood up with a numb face, left the barracks, and began to lead the way. Half an hour later, Wang Mang and Anlan successfully arrived at the East Vice City Lord's mansion under the lead of these two young generals. At this moment, in the East Vice City Lord's mansion, in the hall, a middle-aged man with a tyrannical aura was sitting on the main seat in the hall. Although he had concealed his terrifying aura very well, there was still a faint pressure circulating around his body. Obviously, he was the East Vice City Lord, the sacred leader, when Wang Mang, Anlan, and the two nameless young generals walked into the hall. No, to be precise, the moment Anlan appeared. The sacred leader on the main seat in the hall narrowed his eyes slightly, then laughed and stood up. "How did I know that a magpie would come this morning? It turns out that the general of the East Vice City Lord is here." Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart suddenly sank, and he secretly became vigilant. This old man was not easy to deal with. Moreover, Wang Mang could feel a strong sense of threat from him. This sense of threat was not lower than the sense of threat that Anlan gave him. It could be said that only the East Vice City Lord gave Wang Mang a stronger sense of pressure than the East Vice City Lord and Enlon. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and cupped his hands. Greetings, East Vice City Lord. I will not visit you without a reason. Hearing this, the sacred leader felt helpless. After all, he was a Grand Luo powerhouse and could deduce. Before Wang Mang came, he had already deduced that he was entangled in karma. The karmic entanglement here was not just a mere tier 4 existence. A stage 4 existence was not qualified to be entangled in karma with a stage 5 existence like him. A stage 5 severing karma was not just for show. These stage 5 powerhouses could really sever karma. However, if one was also entangled in karma with a stage 5 existence, there was no way to sever it, unless the other party was willing. Otherwise, it was impossible to sever karma easily. Karma represented many things, such as love, hatred, and so on. Now he was facing 2 choices. The first was to deny it and completely break off his hostility with Wang Mang. The second was to spit out all the immortal stones that his son had taken from Wang Mang to resolve the conflict. After pondering for a moment, the sacred leader finally decided to resolve the conflict with Wang Mang. He did not care about Wang Mang, but Enlon that Wang Mang brought made him have no choice but to be cautious. In addition, Enlon's other identity was the Chun family's guest grand elder. He naturally knew this news. It could be said that every stage 5 powerhouse that appeared in Azurewood City, they would basically figure out their background in the shortest amount of time. Therefore, although he did not know how close the relationship between Wang Mang and Enlon was, however, since Wang Mang could directly invite Enlon over today, the relationship between the two was self-evident. In his view, Enlon was willing to stand on Wang Mang's side. If he could not reconcile with Wang Mang, there would definitely be a great battle between the 2 sides. If it were in the past, the sacred leader would not care. However, it was different now. Firstly, he needed to compete for the position of Azurewood City's North City Lord. Secondly, there was a strange movement in the depths of the Million Great Mountain Range not long ago. An unknown major event would probably happen in the next few days. Therefore, at this juncture, he did not want to cause more trouble. He smiled brightly and said, "My son is not sensible. He has made you come." As he spoke, the sacred leader waved his sleeve, and a Qiankuan bag appeared in front of Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang took the Qiankuan bag. After checking it, he found that there were 7 million immortal stones in it. He smiled and said, "East City Lord, you are too polite. I have disturbed you for such a small matter. It is rude of me to disturb you. Lord City Lord, you are busy every day. I will not disturb you." After saying this with a smile, Wang Mang cupped his hands and said a few polite words. Then he left the East Deputy City Lord mansion. After returning to his own mansion at the East City Gate, what made Wang Mang smile was that Anu, who he sent out, had returned. Moreover, she brought the Dog Emperor back. After seeing Wang Mang, the Dog Emperor, who had been waiting in the courtyard, immediately got up and said with a smile, "Brother Wang Mang, you are finally here. I have been waiting for so long that the flowers have withered. Here, this is our offering for the past half a month. It is a total of 3 million immortal stones. The Dog Bear Emperor, and I shared 1 million of them. This is the remaining 2 million immortal stones." Chapter 601. Not bad. Wang Mang beamed as he took the Heaven-Earth pouch and checked the number of Heaven-Earth stones inside. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction when he saw that the number of immortal stones had not decreased. "Oh, right. I have a purple crystal divine source worth 2 million Heaven-Earth stones. I think you should have a lot of Heaven-Earth stones with you. Then I'll sell it to you at a fair price." Wang Mang took out the purple crystal divine source he had won last time and handed it to the Dog Emperor. Then he smiled and rubbed his hands, indicating that the other party should pay up. The Dog Emperor's face froze, and he forced a smile. He resisted the urge to examine the purple god crystal materials and reluctantly took out 2 million purple crystals. Brother Wang Mang, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Obviously, the Dog Emperor did not want to stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Wang Mang would come up with something else and sell it to him at a fair price. This fifth-grade material was real, and it was worth 2 million Heaven-Earth stones. However, if Wang Mang sold it to him at a fair price, he would not get any benefits at all. Instead, he would have to sell it himself to the Dog Emperor, who would not do anything without benefits. This was an arduous and thankless task. Wang Mang chuckled and chatted with the Dog Emperor for a while before sending the Dog Emperor away. After the Dog Emperor left, Anlan naturally left as well. Only Wang Mang and the old servant were left in the huge mansion. Wang Mang, on the other hand, did not say anything else. He turned around and walked toward the residence where he cultivated. That was because the Heaven-Earth stones and energy points he had accumulated so far had probably exceeded 30 million. This was not just empty talk from Wang Mang. He had already accumulated close to 20 million energy points. In addition to the Heaven-Earth stones he had obtained, he indeed had 30 million energy points. This did not include the treasure chests and blind boxes. Therefore, Wang Mang was looking forward to it. What level would his strength reach after this evolution? With that thought, Wang Mang impatiently chanted in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage-to-be, General Long Wei. Type, Void Python. Limit, 700 meters. Cultivation, 31,000 years. Fifth heavenly layer. Immortal Venerable. Build, HP 5,500. Energy 5,500. Length, 620 meters. With 31 meters. Weight 6,400,000 tons. Ordinary divine abilities. God-controlling seal. Void hand. Void blade. Void evasion. Single step. Myriad transformations. Peak theurgy. Trileva's Buddha. Small mastery. Hongjun 3 corpses technique. None. Wrath of the Fiend God. Perfection. Space. Pinnacle World Multicolored Stone X1. High-grade World Card X1. Pinnacle World Card X1. Tier 5 Pill Recipe X1. One-time Pinnacle Unlucky Card X1. Blood Recovery Pill X1. Vitality Recovery Pill X1. Forgotten Love Water X1. Divine Martial Sword. Extreme Grade Blind Box X1. Immortal Grade Blind Box X2. 12. 5 million Immortal Stones. Luck, 299 Heavenly Fortune. Energy, 18 million/10 million. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang could not help but be overjoyed. He did not expect that the accumulated gains would be more than he had imagined. When he thought of this, Wang Mang impatiently said, "System, convert 12, 5 million immortal stones into energy." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully converted 12, 5 million immortal stones. Ding! Congratulations! Host, you have received 12, 5 million energy. Ding! Accumulate to meet the evolution conditions. Begin evolution? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was even happier. Not bad, not bad. This way, his accumulated energy would reach 5 million. However, he was not in a hurry to evolve because he still had a few blind boxes to deal with. After he dealt with the blind boxes, he would at least be able to obtain another 10 million energy, right? By then, 3 consecutive evolutions would definitely be safe, and even 4 consecutive evolutions would be possible. Once Wang Mang evolved 4 times in a row, his strength would completely reach the peak of the Immortal Prime stage. What kind of concept was the peak of the Immortal Prime stage? He was only 1 step away from becoming a Stage 5 powerhouse. If he really had such strength, Wang Mang would have more confidence in protecting himself before he went to the tomb of the young Supreme Being. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open the top-grade blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. "Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully opened the top-grade blind box." "Ding! Congratulations! Host, you have received a box of Viagra." "Apes, what the hell? Viagra? Do I even need this stuff? Who will I use it against? Against Tong Nian? Will I be able to make her cry for her parents?" But the problem was that Wang Mang was willing to try the effect of the medicine. But he could not beat Tong Nian. That be *TCH. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was speechless. This top-grade blind box felt like he was going to lose out. It was so fancy right from the start. Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed, the system's voice sounded for the 2nd time. "Ding! Congratulations! Host, you have received a sky piercer." Apes. Hearing the system's 2nd announcement, Wang Mang was speechless. This ordinary mortal grade refined weapon was of no use to him. Come on, he was now a Stage 4 powerhouse. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 3rd time. "Ding! Congratulations! Host, you have received a piece of Tong Nian's original underwear." Good heavens! Eternal Underwear Series. Wang Mang was really speechless. Even Tong Nian's underwear was here. Could it be that the red and golden threads of the marriage pool were really destined? Was he destined to have something to do with this be *TCH in the future? Just as Wang Mang's expression was uncertain, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 5 pieces of Junior Tong Xian's original underwear." Good heavens! Sister's underwear had just arrived. Now his sister's was here too. Wang Mang was also a little helpless. He felt that this top-grade blind box was really going to be wasted. There were a total of 6 announcements, and 4 of them had already been trash. There were only 2 chances left. If he got 2 more trash in a row, if that was the case, then this top-grade blind box would be the worst of the worst. A minute later, Wang Mang was waiting gloomily. The system's voice sounded for the 5th time. "Ding! Congratulations! Host, you have received a piece of Ruthless Emperor's original underwear." After listening to the system's 5th announcement, Wang Mang finally couldn't help but break down. What the F***CK was this thing? To be honest, Wang Mang admitted that he had never opened such a trash top-grade blind box. Out of the 6 announcements, 5 of them had been trash. For a moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but curse in his heart. "System, I beg you to be a human. F***CK, what kind of things did a top-grade blind box get? King opened a lonely box." To be honest, at this moment, Wang Mang was a little suspicious. This system, could it be a complete pervert? Otherwise, why would it specially make these things? Thinking of this, Wang Mang wanted to cry but had no tears. "System, take it as me begging you. Be more serious. I beg you to stop making these underwear." Just as Wang Mang was silently praying, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time. "Ding! Congratulations! Host, you have received 1,000. Chapter 602. Ding! Congratulations! Host, successfully obtained 10 million energy values." Good. Very good. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang almost couldn't hold back his tears of joy. Damn it, he finally saw the energy values. Before he got the 10 million energy values, Wang Mang was afraid that the system would give him 1,000 evolution points or 1,000 energy values. Now, he had obtained 10 million energy values. Wang Mang's accumulation had also reached 40 million energy values. Thinking of this, Wang Mang became even more excited, for consecutive evolutions were just around the corner. For a moment, Wang Mang was in a very good mood. The gloominess of the previous 5 trashy prizes was also swept away. Then Wang Mang couldn't help but say in his heart, "System, open the immortal level blind box." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the immortal level blind box." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained a piglet born from a human immortal level old sow." A piglet born from an immortal level old sow. What did this have to do with him? What was the use of giving him a piglet? At this moment, Wang Mang couldn't laugh anymore. He had just opened the immortal level blind box, and this kind of situation had happened. He was worried that the immortal level blind box this time would be very difficult. Just as Wang Mang was worried, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained a piece of Pan Jinlian's original underwear modified by a human immortal level expert." Good heavens, it's here again. Underwear again. To be honest, once again, it was the underwear. Wang Mang was really a little flustered, because once the underwear appeared, it meant that it wouldn't be a single appearance, but a continuous appearance. While Wang Mang was worried, a minute quickly passed. The system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained Su Daji's original underwear." When he heard that the third prize was going to be drawn, Wang Mang was also helpless. His premonition was not wrong. At the same time, Wang Mang began to worry. Would this immortal grade blind box open better than the best grade blind box? Before long, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained a pair of Master Roshi's underwear." Master Roshi's underwear? Master Roshi from Dragon Ball? Wang Mang was speechless again. He didn't expect that underwear would appear instead of underwear. "System, I beg you, you must have gotten the energy value. Don't do all these fancy things. If you go on like this, we won't even have the chance to evolve." Wang Mang's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He kept praying. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained a pair of Zhu Beiji's underwear." F*CK. F*CK. Your grandpa system. This immortal grade blind box had already opened 3 pieces of underwear. Just as Wang Mang was about to collapse, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 500,000 energy value." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang finally felt a lot better. This small amount of energy value was a bit of comfort for Wang Mang. Now, as long as it didn't crazily open his underwear, it would be fine. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 2 million energy value." Not bad. Not bad. It's finally normal. Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer had any hope for this immortal grade blind box. It opened 1 energy value, just 1, just when Wang Mang thought that the immortal grade blind box was over. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained. Thank you for participating." F***CK. Thank you for participating. This was definitely the first time Wang Mang opened this thing. He had never heard of it before. "Thank you for participating." What the hell was going on? Could it be a new trick from the system? Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt very tired. An immortal grade blind box actually only opened to 5 million energy value. This was really F asterisk King 250. All in Wang Mang's opinion, this immortal grade blind box was a huge loss. This was not as good as the previous top grade blind box. Finally, it was all over. Wang Mang's current accumulated energy value was only 43 million. He was probably still short of 4 evolutions. Now, he only had 1 immortal grade blind box left. If he continued to lose, then it would be difficult for Wang Mang to evolve 4 times in a row. Thinking of this, Wang Mang took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind before saying, "System, continue to open the immortal grade blind box." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the immortal grade blind box." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 1 million energy value." Not bad, not bad. There wasn't much energy value, but this was a good sign. In Wang Mang's opinion, the first draw basically determined the quality of the blind box. Therefore, although the first draw was small, Wang Mang was still very happy. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, obtained 1 million energy value." Not bad. Wang Mang nodded secretly. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained an immortal mountain blessed land in the sacred Emperor continent." Immortal mountain blessed land. This thing was completely useless to Wang Mang, all right? After all, there were too many immortal mountains and blessed lands in the entire sacred Emperor continent. Just in the millions of mountains, Wang Mang could find an immortal mountain-blessed land at any time. Therefore, Wang Mang was not interested in this so-called immortal mountain-blessed land at all. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, obtain a bottle of level 3 low-grade medicinal pills, spirit fortifying pills." What was the use of level 3 medicinal pills? After hearing the system's announcement again, Wang Mang felt even more helpless. He was now at the peak of level 4. Level 3 medicinal pills were useless to him at all. Moreover, even if he sold them, he would not be able to sell them for much immortal stones. Therefore, Wang Mang was not interested in this small amount of money at all. Just as Wang Mang was feeling helpless, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, obtained 2 million energy value." Not bad, not bad. He obtained another 2 million energy value. This also allowed Wang Mang to accumulate 47 million energy value. The 4th evolution should be safe. Just as Wang Mang was secretly calculating, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, obtained 3 million energy value." Not bad, not bad. The accumulated energy value had exceeded 50 million. This immortal rank blind box was not a loss. He had obtained 7 million energy value from it. For a moment, Wang Mang was in a good mood. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, obtained 5 million energy value." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was elated again. Awesome, awesome. Wang Mang did not expect that he would obtain 5 million energy value in the end. This way, his 4th evolution was definitely safe. Just as Wang Mang thought that the announcement was over, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-facing. "Congratulations, host, obtained." Chapter 603. Ding. "Congratulations, host, You've obtained a piece of Medusa's original underwear. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless again. Good heavens! The last time the system opened a prize, it still gave him underwear. However, Wang Mang was not as angry as before, because his energy value alone had reached 55 million, for consecutive evolutions were a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel happy in his heart. System, begin the evolution. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! 10 million energy value has been successfully deducted. Beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of evolution. When Wang Mang woke up again, it had already been more than half a month. Wang Mang, who slowly opened his eyes, immediately discovered the changes in his body. Now, in this body, he could feel that the vast magic power was almost endless. Of course, this didn't mean that his spiritual energy was limitless. It was just that compared to before, the degree of improvement was too great. Moreover, Wang Mang knew, once he reached the 5th level, his magic power was really endless. In addition, Wang Mang felt that his physical body had become even stronger. The divinity in his body was even more terrifying. It could even be said that if Wang Mang died, even if his corpse was immortal for tens of thousands of years, it would be easy. In addition, Wang Mang's various aspects had almost undergone a leap. In addition, it was worth mentioning, Wang Mang successfully completed 4 consecutive evolutions this time. The first evolution cost 10 million energy value. The second evolution cost 12 million energy value. The third evolution cost 14 million energy value. The fourth evolution cost 16 million energy value. The 4 evolutions cost a total of 52 million energy value. It could be said that after the evolution, Wang Mang only had 3 million energy value left. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang said in a good mood, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage-to-be General Long Wei. Type, Void Python. Limit, 700 meters. Cultivation, 33,000 years. 9th heavenly layer, immortal venerable. Build, HP 5,900. Energy 5,900. Length 636 meters. With 31 meters. Weight 8 million tons. Ordinary divine abilities. God-controlling seal. Void hand. Void blade. Void evasion. Single step. Myriad transformations. Peak theurgy. Trilieva's Buddha. Small mastery. Hongjun 3 corpses technique. None. Wrath of the Fiend God. Perfection. Space. Pinnacle World Multicolored Stone X1. High-grade World Card X1. Pinnacle World Card X1. Level 5 Pill Recipe X1. One-time Pinnacle Unlucky Card X1. Blood Recovery Pill X1. Vitality Recovery Pill X1. Forgotten Love Water X1. Divine Martial Sword X1. Lot 299. Heavenly Fortune. Energy value 3 million/200 million. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang almost peed in his pants. F*CK 200 million? 200 million energy values? F*CK. Even a 9th heaven immortal venerable would only have 18 million energy values. A 9th heaven immortal venerable would need so much to upgrade to level 5. To be honest, Wang Mang was really shocked. This 200 million energy values, it was really despairing. This level of upgrade was too exaggerated. 200 million. How long would he have to work hard for? Just thinking about it, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel dispirited. But right at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt An Lan's familiar aura appear. This immediately made Wang Mang come back to his senses and quickly got up to leave the place of seclusion. After arriving at the courtyard of the mansion, Wang Mang saw Lan, who was anxiously waiting for him. After seeing Lan, Wang Mang couldn't help but be stunned. "What's wrong, Lan? Why are you in such a hurry?" "My lord, you finally appeared. Greenwood City's level 5 powerhouses have all gone to the depths of the Million Mountains. It seems that something big has happened there, or a powerhouse's tomb has been born. Right now, not just Greenwood City, many level 5 powerhouses are gathering over there, speaking up to hear." And Lan said somewhat impatiently, "My lord, when are we setting off?" After hearing Lan's words, Wang Mang was immediately startled too. Only then did he remember that he spent quite a bit of time in seclusion to break through realm. Thinking up to here, Wang Mang immediately said without the slightest hesitation, "Set off immediately." Hearing that, only then did Lan let out a sigh in relief. Putting a hand on Wang Mang's shoulder, he said excitedly, "My lord, let's set off right now." Finished talking, and Lan's figure moved, pulling Wang Mang and disappearing into thin air. Half an hour later, when Wang Mang and Lan appeared once more, they already arrived at a stretch of wilderness mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. But Wang Mang and Lan slowed down their footsteps. The reason was none other than that the auras of level 5 powerhouses in the vicinity of this mountain range were too many. Just what Wang Mang sensed was no less than several dozen level 5 powerhouses auras. This also made Wang Mang involuntarily tremble with fear. F***CK. Wasn't the number of level 5 powerhouses too much? Why did it feel like level 5 powerhouses were as worthless as cabbages now? Similarly, it was not just Wang Mang who was worried. Even the boundlessly arrogant Lan's expression also became solemn, especially the deeper they rushed into the depths of this mountain range. The more cautious Lan became. On the surface, he still looked like he was number one in the world, but Wang Mang could clearly feel that this guy was very cautious. This also made Wang Mang secretly nod his head in satisfaction. Although this guy liked to boast quite a lot, but he also had the caution and so on that a powerhouse should have. Very soon, Wang Mang and Lan came to the vicinity of a large river. But when Wang Mang saw the powerhouses that had already gathered nearby, he could not help sucking in a breath of cold air even more. A total of more than 200 level 5 powerhouses. If not for Wang Mang being sure that he did not see wrongly, he almost thought that he was seeing things. Yes, a total of more than 200 level 5 powerhouses had gathered. Countless terrifying auras made Wang Mang even more frightened. In addition, Wang Mang also saw among these level 5 powerhouses the East City Lord and the East Deputy City Lord. The next moment, Wang Mang's heart moved and rushed towards the East City Lord's location. Similarly, Lan, who followed behind Wang Mang, also followed. After arriving near the East Deputy City Lord, Wang Mang was surprised to find that there was a small group of people in the East City Lord's vicinity. There was also a small group of 6-stage 5 powerhouses around the East City Lord. In addition, Wang Mang did not know the rest of them, only the East Deputy City Lord and the East City Lord. After seeing Wang Mang, the East City Lord's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he laughed and said, "Wang Mang, since you are here, this old man will not say much. When the tomb opens, you will go in with this old man. The more people there are, the better to take care of each other. Oh, right, let me introduce you. These are the other city lords and deputy city lords." Hearing this, Wang Mang very humbly cupped his hands and said, "Greetings to all the city lords and deputy city lords." Hearing this, the rest of the level 5 powerhouses nodded slightly at Wang Mang. However, one of the young men, with his arms crossed in front of him, mocked with a deadpan expression. Young people nowadays are getting bolder and bolder, and they don't have any self-awareness at all. Look at all the powerhouses here. Which one of them does not have the strength of level 5? You think a level 4 ant like you is qualified to compete with us for the opportunity? Chapter 604. After hearing the young man's words, Wang Meng's face suddenly stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He was very angry in his heart. Damn it, I didn't provoke you. Why are you making things difficult for me? However, although Wang Meng was angry, he didn't show it, because the other party was a stage 5 expert after all. Wang Meng admitted that he couldn't win against the other party. Moreover, this guy was very likely to be a deputy city lord. Therefore, even with Enlon here, it was a thankless task. But just as Wang Meng was about to admit defeat, Enlon, who was beside him, said with a cold expression, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you are very strong? You just broke through to stage 5 not long ago. Do you believe that I, Enlon, can still suppress you with one hand even if I have to carry the original imperial city and Heaven Abyss?" Speaking of this, Enlon stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent and proud, and slowly waved at the other party. Hearing this, the sacred lord took a deep look at Enlon. He could feel that Enlon had not reached the mid-stage of the Zenith Heaven realm, but he could still give him a sense of threat that was not inferior to that. This also proved that Enlon, who was beside Wang Meng, was indeed not to be underestimated. This was also one of the reasons why he let the matter rest. However, seeing that Wang Meng and the West Deputy City Lord were in conflict, he did not speak up to help Wang Meng. Although the two of them did not have a feud after the previous incident, it was just a superficial relationship. "You, Humph!" Feeling the tyrannical aura around Enlon, the West Deputy City Lord was furious, but he snorted coldly and did not speak anymore, because he really couldn't beat Enlon. Perhaps it was a little difficult for Enlon to kill him, but it was still relatively easy for Enlon to beat him up. This was because although Enlon's strength was only at the 3rd heaven of the Zenith Heaven realm, his combat strength was very heaven-defying, and he could reach the mid-stage of the Zenith Heaven realm. Such strength was already very tyrannical among the Zenith Heaven realm. It was not even an exaggeration to call Enlon a half-step legendary prodigy. In addition, the basic condition of a legendary prodigy was to be able to easily suppress and surpass an expert within 2 small realms. The basic requirement to become a peerless genius was to be able to easily suppress and surpass an expert within 3 minor realms. The basic requirement to become an unparalleled genius was to be able to easily suppress and surpass experts within 4 minor realms. The basic requirement for becoming a young legend was to be able to easily suppress and surpass one's own strength by 5 small realms. The basic requirement for becoming a young legend was to be able to easily suppress and surpass oneself by 7 small realms. The basic requirement to become a young supremacy was to be able to easily suppress and surpass one's own strength by 9 small realms. How did Wang Meng know about this? He had the system, so he knew the answer as soon as he asked. It was only after knowing the system's answer that Wang Meng understood why he couldn't become a peerless genius. This was because Wang Meng's current strength had reached the 9th heaven of the immortal venerable realm. Within 2 small realms, it meant that he could suppress an immortal emperor grand heavenly existence. But could Wang Meng defeat a level 5 grand Luo? There was no doubt that they couldn't beat him, unless he used the fiend god's fury. All right, stop quarreling. There will be more level 5 grand Luo coming later. We should unite. At this moment, the East City Lord spoke slowly. Hearing this, both the West Vice City Lord and Enlon stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang quietly used information detection on the East City Lord. The next moment, the old man's information appeared before his eyes. Target, East City Lord, Feng Qingyang, Realm, 8th Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm Divine Ability. Combat Strength. After reading the Old City Lord's information, Wang Mang couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This old man's strength was amazing. He had reached the 8th Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. No wonder Anlan also quieted down when this old man spoke. Anlan's strength was only at the 3rd Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. As for the West Vice City Lord, needless to say, Anlan had just said it. This guy's strength had just broken through to the 5th Heaven, so he was probably at the 1st Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang muttered to himself, "Looks like I can't easily offend this old city lord for now." In addition, Wang Mang also looked at the level 5 experts nearby. He realized that among these level 5 experts, there were many who were much stronger than the old city lord, especially those who were stronger than the old city lord. Their auras made Wang Mang tremble. Wang Mang was even sure that these auras were more terrifying than Feng Qingyang's. Their strength had definitely surpassed the Immortal Emperor Realm. They might have even reached the Sacred Emperor Realm. Therefore, Wang Mang became even more cautious. This was because the level 5 Supreme Youth's tomb had attracted too many experts. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask, "East City Lord, what kind of expert's tomb is this?" Hearing this, Feng Qingyang was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but mumble to himself, He is the pride of the Sacred Emperor Continent. When he was born, he was invincible. He suppressed the entire Sacred Emperor Continent of the same level. He was invincible in the entire Sacred Emperor Continent. It can be said that, in his era, the entire Sacred Emperor Continent was beaten into submission by him. They didn't dare to act rashly. How strong do you think he was? How strong was he? However, such a world-shaking and invincible existence still fell in the end. A long time after he left the Sacred Emperor Continent, he came back one day and passed away in the Million Mountains. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Wang Mang was still immersed in Feng Qingyang's story of this young Supreme Youth's glorious deeds. It wasn't just Wang Mang. The other city lords, and even quite a few Stage 5 powerhouses, were listening attentively. Obviously, this young Supreme Youth's past was not known by all level 5 experts. At the same time, Wang Mang also understood how heaven-defying this young Supreme Youth was. No, heaven-defying could no longer be used to describe him. This young Supreme Youth had risen in the Sacred Emperor Continent. He was invincible and rose from the ashes. In the end, he suppressed the Sacred Emperor Continent and killed his way into the myriad worlds. Until many years later, this was an invincible and undefeatable existence. He returned to the Sacred Emperor Continent covered in injuries. In the end, he passed away quietly in the Million Mountains. No one knew what had happened. No one knew if this young Supreme Youth had reached level 6. In the past, countless powerhouses had tried to find the grave of this young sovereign, but all of them failed without exception. However, the Million Mountains was too big. Until this young Supreme Youth's grave appeared, no one had found it. This was also the reason why so many experts had gathered in the Sacred Emperor Continent after this young Supreme Youth's grave appeared. It was because countless experts wanted to obtain this young Supreme Youth's inheritance and the secret behind his ascension to become a Supreme Youth. The words that left the deepest impression in Wang Mang's mind, even incomparably shocking, were the words this Supreme Youth had once said. "My life was spent on the Tao of Emperors. Until now, I've been stained with the blood of 10,000 emperors. Until now, I've never been defeated. Apart from me, who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be invincible?" Chapter 605. Judging from this incomparably savage and even lawless speech, it was clear that this was the case. Wang Mang could roughly imagine how strong this person was at that time. If he wasn't bragging, then this young supreme being was truly powerful. Until now, he had been stained with the blood of 10,000 emperors. What was the concept of 10,000 emperors' blood? If the blood stain here was referring to killing a stage 5 powerhouse, then, in that case, this sentence was stained with the blood of 10,000 emperors. It could be understood that he had killed over 10,000 fifth-order powerhouses. Such a glorious record. Although he did not know if it was fake, Wang Mang was still very impressed. It could only be mentioned. In the 5 days when Wang Mang was listening to the story, the number of stage 5 powerhouses had accumulated to more than 300. At a glance, the number of powerhouses on this small riverbank was already secretly packed. But after Wang Mang observed carefully, he found that, in fact, it was not only stage 5 powerhouses. He saw a very small number of stage 4 powerhouses here. It was just that these stage 4 powerhouses gave Wang Mang a feeling that made him even more shocked. Because these stage 4 powerhouses, their aura was not weaker than stage 5 powerhouses. Although the number was very small, there were still 3 or 4 of them. Moreover, even some ordinary stage 5 powerhouses, after seeing them, also treated them as equals. This also made Wang Mang's heart couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that these stage 4 powerhouses' battle power had reached stage 5? If this was the case, then it was too monstrous. At this time, he seemed to be aware of Wang Mang's gaze. West Vice City, Lord couldn't help but ridicule. What? Do you think that other people are the same as you? They are the real Heaven's Pride, the peerless Heaven's Pride, and the existence of the younger generation. Although you are also a stage 4 powerhouse, their strength can reach stage 5. Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart sank, and the gaze he looked at this West City lord was even more unpleasant. Did this dog have a grudge with him? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but coldly say, "What does it have to do with you? Does your family live by the sea? What a busybody." In the face of Wang Mang's anger, the West Vice City lord trembled with anger. He wished he could strangle Wang Mang to death. However, after he glanced at Anlan, who was beside Wang Mang, he finally snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt a cold gaze, as if it was staring at him. He glanced sideways. Wang Mang saw Tong Nian's familiar figure in a small group of Type 5 powerhouses. Other than Tong Nian, there was also the Type 5 young man who was in charge of accepting Wang Mang. In addition, there were more than 10 stage 5 powerhouses. "Bitch, why are you glaring at me?" Wang Mang muttered in his heart and stared back without showing any weakness. Tong Nian's pretty face turned cold when she saw this scene, and her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Ever since their last encounter, when she was defeated by Anlan, she became even more resentful towards Wang Mang. If there were any conditions, she wouldn't even mind killing Wang Mang, especially this damn despicable man. The speed of his strength improvement made her feel uneasy. Last time, Wang Mang's aura was only comparable to the late immortal Venerable. But now, Wang Mang's aura had even surpassed the 4th stage, Immortal Venerable. However, he was still a little bit away from the 5th stage. Obviously, Wang Mang's strength had not reached the level of a legendary genius. However, he was still much stronger than those of the same level. Seriously speaking, Wang Mang should be considered one of the best in the same level. If it was an ordinary existence who had just entered the 5th stage, it would probably be more difficult to kill Wang Mang. This was Tong Nian's opinion of Wang Mang. At the same time, she also wanted to know, what kind of secret did this hateful, despicable thief have that allowed his strength to rise so quickly? "Bitch, Just you wait. When I break through to the 5th stage, I'll beat you up. No, I'll beat you until you kneel down and call me Daddy, Wang Mang whispered to himself. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly saw it. The river suddenly opened. Yes, the water on both sides of the vast river parted on its own accord, leaving a path for them to cross. In the next moment, countless 5th stage powerhouses were in an uproar and discussions were everywhere. Could it be that the Supreme Tomb has opened? The Supreme Tomb has finally appeared. Let's go. Get lost. Those who block us will die. Then, countless 5th stage powerhouses rushed forward one after another into this path. In fact, many people's eyes had turned red, and they charged into the cemetery without caring about anything else. Similarly, the East City Lord and the others did not want to be outdone. They rushed towards the path revealed by the river. Wang Mang also followed closely behind. He was careful and did not rush to the front. It wasn't that Wang Mang didn't want to rush to the front. The main thing was that Wang Mang didn't have the qualifications to rush to the front because the powerhouses present, including Feng Qingyang, were also the 3rd batch to enter the path of the river. The first batch of powerhouses to enter the Supreme Tomb were all terrifying almighties. In front of such almighties, even the East City Lord was not enough. Wang Mang even guessed that these terrifying powerhouses had probably reached the peak of the 5th stage. In front of a peak 5th stage powerhouse, an immortal emperor was nothing. One must know that there were 3 realms in the 5th stage. They were Immortal Emperor, Holy Emperor, and God Emperor. According to Wang Mang's guess, the first batch of powerhouses to enter the Supreme Tomb were all God Emperor powerhouses. Immortal Emperor and Holy Emperor had to stand aside. After the God Emperor powerhouses entered, the Holy Emperor powerhouses entered. And finally, the Immortal Emperor powerhouses entered. When Wang Mang entered the Supreme Tomb, what appeared in front of him was a fork in the road. It was written, Immortal Emperor Road, Holy Emperor Road, and God Emperor Road. The 5 Emperor God level experts looked at each other before rushing towards the road of God Emperors. In an instant, only the Immortal Emperor and Holy Emperor powerhouses were left. Close to 40 Holy Emperor powerhouses looked at each other and discussed for a while. They all rushed into the Holy Emperor Road. In an instant, only a wretched old man was left. His strength was also at the Holy Emperor level. However, this wretched old man didn't enter the Holy Emperor Road. Instead, he sneered and rushed towards the Immortal Emperor Road. Seeing this, the remaining 200 Immortal Emperor powerhouses all frowned. However, they didn't want to provoke a Holy Emperor powerhouse, so they also entered the Immortal Emperor Road. This naturally included Wang Mang and Enlan. This Immortal Emperor Road wasn't very wide, but after walking for more than 10 minutes, it suddenly opened up. At this moment, what appeared in front of the 200 Immortal Emperor powerhouses was a huge stone door. At the same time, a loud sound suddenly came from behind Wang Mang and the others. Rumble! Turning back to look, a golden stone door that looked very mysterious completely sealed off the path of retreat that they had come from. Seeing this, all the powerhouses present were dumbfounded. Why was there no way out after walking for a while? Just as everyone was puzzled, a cold laugh sounded. This is the Immortal Emperor Road. If there is a Holy Emperor or God Emperor inside, then all of you will be trapped here until you die. If you want to continue to enter the Supreme Tomb, this Holy Emperor must die. Otherwise, all of you will be trapped here until you die. Chapter 606. After hearing this sneer, countless experts turned their heads to look at him. In the corner of this vast, sealed cave, there was a group of people. He was a skinny old man who was as thin as a match. He was imprisoned by red iron chains, and could not move at all. At this moment, he was looking at everyone present with a sneer. "Old man, you're really something. Say it again." At this moment, the old man who had sneaked into the immortal Emperor Road looked at the white-haired old man with a ferocious expression, because this white-haired old man's words were simply murderous. He wanted all the immortal emperors present to gang up on him and kill him. If all the immortal emperors present really joined forces, even if he was a sage emperor, he would die on the spot. Therefore, there were too many stage 5 experts present. Moreover, he was a sage emperor and not an immortal emperor. If he was an immortal emperor, it would be very difficult for all the immortal emperors present to kill him. But the problem was that he was not an immortal emperor. He was just a sage emperor. But among the more than 200 immortal emperors present, there were many peak immortal emperors present. It was more than enough to gang up on an early-stage sage emperor old man like him. As he spoke, the wretched old man fiercely glanced at all the experts present and threatened, "Humph! If anyone wants to die, you can try." Hearing this, the peak immortal emperors who were initially tempted began to hesitate. Obviously, no one was willing to be the first to do so. A sage emperor could easily kill many immortal emperors if he wanted to. None of the immortal emperors present was willing to face this wretched old man directly. Of course, although no one dared to make a move, but the immortal emperors present hated this wretched old man to the core. If it were not for this wretched old man who had sneaked into the immortal Emperor Road, they would not be trapped here. Therefore, if one observed carefully, they would realize that many of the immortal emperors present had murderous intent in their eyes. At this moment, all the experts present suddenly felt that something was wrong. In this strange and huge cave, it was getting hotter and hotter. The temperature began to soar. This immediately made all the immortal emperors present frown. This temperature did not affect them at all. After all, they were all stage 5 experts. For a time, many experts attempted to use their spatial abilities to leave the area. However, they soon discovered to their horror that they were unable to break through the spatial barrier around them. Other than that, the temperature in the cave started to rise crazily. In fact, the entire cave had turned crimson red, and the high temperature seemed to want to burn everything. But the temperature was still rising, as if there was no end to it. Just as everyone was puzzled, the skinny old man who had been imprisoned mocked. "Just keep waiting. If you wait any longer, all of you will die." The flame here is called the Heaven Burning Flame. It's one of the flames that Ji Zun used to kill his enemies. Not to mention you, even if the God Emperor came, he would be burned to death. After hearing this, the expressions of the group of experts, who were originally calm, changed drastically. "Let's attack." In the next moment, an angry roar sounded. An old man whose strength was infinitely close to that of a Saint Emperor was the first to strike. His every move was filled with boundless dermic powers as he slammed his palm toward the wretched-looking old man. "How dare you?" The wretched old man was furious. Just as he was about to kill this reckless immortal emperor with his thunderbolt, in the next moment, many of the immortal emperors present made their moves. This made the wretched old man, who was incomparably furious, panic appear on his face. Facing the overwhelming divine skills of the immortal emperors present, the divine skills of the immortal emperors covered the sky and earth. He hurriedly dodged in a sorry state. Unfortunately, this old man had already become the target of everyone's attack. No matter how he dodged, it was useless. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, earth-shattering divine powers sounded, accompanied by the wretched screams of the Saint Emperor. This wretched old man did not even have time to react, and he did not even have time to counterattack. He was completely drowned by the countless divine powers of the immortal emperors present. After the divine powers passed, this wretched old man was completely dead. He was directly killed on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left. This scene also made Wang Mang shudder with fear. Good heavens! A Saint Emperor expert was gone just like that. It seemed that when there were too many immortal emperors, they could also kill a Saint Emperor expert instantly. At the same time, after the wretched old man was killed, the group of experts, including Wang Mang, were all surprised to find that the temperature in the cave began to drop. In just a moment, the cave that was hot enough to burn everything completely returned to normal. Rumble! A loud sound was heard. They saw that the golden stone door that was originally sealed in front of them was slowly opening. The group of immortal emperors were all overjoyed and completely relieved. Then, they rushed toward the path in front of them. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang hurriedly followed behind him unhurriedly, after the group of experts had completely entered the path. The skinny old man, who was originally imprisoned in the cave, he suddenly let out a hoarse and cold laugh. A bunch of reckless fellows. All of you are just nourishment. On the other side, Wang Mang and the group of experts who were hurrying on their way were in trouble again, because the path in front of them had changed again, and this time there were a total of 20 forks. The group of experts all looked at each other. Then they began to separate and enter. This time, Wang Mang and Enlon did not follow the old city lord. On the contrary, Wang Mang chose a path with fewer people. There were only 5 powerhouses who took this path. Including Wang Mang and Enlon, there were only 7 people. This narrow path was also very narrow, like a crowded alley. After walking for a full 3 minutes, Wang Mang, Enlon, and the other 5 stage 5 experts all stopped. The crowded path of the small cave suddenly opened up. The path was gone again. What appeared in front of them were 2 stone doors, which made people's hair stand on end, because there were words written on these 2 stone doors. The stone door on the left said, Life Door. The stone door on the right said, Death Door. At this time, the strongest middle-aged man glanced at the people present, frowned, and asked, What should we do now? Which door should we take? How should we choose? Another thin man with a gloomy face laughed sinisterly and said, That's right. What should we do? Of course, let someone go in and test the door. Whoever is the weakest can test the door himself. Don't force us to do it. At the same time, the thin man with a cold face looked at Wang Mang indifferently. At the same time, the eyes of the other experts glittered too. Then, the 5 stage 5 experts all looked at Wang Mang with cold faces. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly became a little flustered. Mother asterisk her. These bastards want to use me as a test subject. Chapter 607. Thinking of this, there was no need to mention how sullen and angry Wang Mang was. But the problem was, it seemed that he really had no way. The 5 stage 5 powerhouses present, except for Enlon, all wanted him to try the door. But how could Wang Mang be willing to try the door? After all, there might be a lot of danger. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately transmitted his voice. Enlon, quickly think of a way. The reason why he asked Enlon to speak was that Enlon's strength was definitely in the top 3 among the stage 5 powerhouses. Among the 5 stage 5 powerhouses, the strongest was the middle-aged man, who should be at the 6th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. In addition, there was a cold-faced thin man, whose strength and aura were comparable to Enlon's. In addition, the other 3 stage 5 powerhouses were only at the early stage of the immortal emperor realm, not exceeding the 3rd heaven. Under the unfriendly gazes of the powerhouses, Enlon coughed and said, Give me Unlon, some face. This young master of mine has a greater origin. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with the strongest strength and the thin man with a gloomy expression were both stunned and somewhat surprised. Then, the two of them nodded expressionlessly. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was even more aggrieved. Sure enough, no matter where he went, strength was respected. If he was strong enough, would these guys dare to ask him to try the door? As for the danger of trying the door, Wang Mang was not stupid. Of course, he knew that it must be very dangerous. At this time, the other 3 Stage 5 powerhouses frowned and said, "Do you want us to try the door?" "Yes, he has a powerful background. Do we have to give him face?" Hearing this, Unlon suddenly turned cold. He pointed at the burly man and said coldly, "You go and try the door." The person Unlon pointed at was the weakest Stage 5 powerhouse besides Wang Mang, the second heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Hearing this, the burly man was furious and said with a ferocious face, "What do you mean?" While speaking, the burly man looked at the other 2 Stage 5 powerhouses. What made him both shocked and angry was that the other 2 guys looked as if it had nothing to do with them. "What do I mean? Of course you'll be the one to test the door." Meanwhile, Unlon spoke. In the next moment, he suddenly exploded and slapped the burly man towards the death door. Before the burly man could react, he was already slapped towards the death gate. In the next moment, the burly man who had fallen into the death door immediately let out a shrill scream. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. That was because Unlan's speed was too fast. It could even be said that it was a sneak attack. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Unlan suddenly smiled and said, "Didn't we test it out just like that? Let's go." After saying that, Unlan walked toward the life gate. Wang Mang naturally followed closely behind. What made Wang Mang heave a sigh of relief was that this was really the gate of life. After walking in, there was another long, narrow, pitch-black cave path. The other Stage 5 powerhouses also poured into the stone door one after another. However, a few minutes later, something that made Wang Mang tremble with fear once again happened. There were 2 more doors in front of him, Life Gate and Death Gate. This scene also caused the other 4 Stage 5 powerhouses to be dumbfounded. Not only that, the other 2 Stage 3 celestial emperors who were weaker immediately distanced themselves from Unlan. Seeing this, the strongest middle-aged man and the skinny man fell into silence again. Unlan made up his mind again. This time, he did not even say a word and attacked one of the Stage 3 celestial emperors. The target that Unlan chose to attack was the fat man who was weaker than the other Stage 3 celestial emperor. The fat man was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and hit Unlan with his palm. As for the other Stage 3 celestial emperor in the golden robe, he did not say a word and quickly gave up his position. Not only that, the man with the golden robe also quietly distanced himself from the other powerhouses. Instead, he was the closest to Wang Mang. Bang, bang, bang. After Unlan and the fat man started fighting, all the powerhouses present had a better understanding of Unlan's strength. Even the skinny man who was a Stage 5 celestial emperor could not help but look grave. This was because Unlan had been suppressing the fat man from the beginning to the end. In fact, the fat man did not even have the strength to resist. Such strength was not much weaker than a Stage 5 celestial emperor. In addition, due to the small space, the battle between the two of them was the most primitive collision of strength. The collision of flesh, magic power, and divine powers. To be honest, if Wang Mang's strength had not reached the peak of Celestial Emperor, the aftershock of the battle would have been enough to choke him. Therefore, when the two of them were fighting, Wang Meng could be said to be constantly dodging to make room for the two of them. At the same time, Wang Meng was also very careful with the fat man, fearing that the fat man would sneak up on him. What made Wang Meng heave a sigh of relief was that, for hours later, the fat man was also forced into the gate of death by Enlon. As the fat man was forced into the gate of death, something strange happened. The fat man who entered the gate of death was actually fine. This caused Enlon to be stunned, and he immediately withdrew his hand. Then Enlon nodded at the middle-aged man and the thin man and said, "It seems that the gate of life this time is the gate of death." Hearing this, the fat man looked at Enlon with a cold face. Without saying a word, he ran into the depths of the stone cave. If the gate of life this time was not the gate of death, he would probably be dead. Therefore, the conflict between the fat man and Enlon was already irreconcilable. It was just that his strength was completely inferior to Enlan's. Although Enlan's strength had not reached the stage 5, Celestial Emperor, his combat strength was not far from the stage 5, Celestial Emperor. Upon seeing this sight, everyone, including Wang Meng, rushed toward the cave as well. The current Wang Meng could be said to be incomparably mentally tired. Along the way, he had been trembling with fear. He only hoped that the gate of life and gate of death would not appear, because he was afraid that if this continued, even if Enlon killed the fat man and the other stage 3 Celestial Emperor with a golden cannon, then next he had to try the gate of death. Even Enlon could not protect him. Half an hour later, Wang Meng finally passed through the endless pitch-black tunnel and came to a huge underground grotto heaven. This underground grotto heaven was very big. Not only that, there were even more stage 5 powerhouses here, because near this underground grotto heaven, there were a total of 20 tunnels. There were even stage 5 powerhouses walking out of the tunnels and gathering. At this moment, there were already more than 100 stage 5 powerhouses gathered. But at this moment, Wang Meng's gaze was fixed on the stone pillar in the middle of the grotto heaven. Around this stone pillar, there was a layer of barrier protective cover. At the top of the stone pillar, a ferocious mask floated. At the same time, Wang Meng couldn't help but use information detection. In the next moment, the information of this ferocious mask appeared before his eyes. Target: Devil Emperor Mask, 1/4 Supreme Mask. Grade: Stage 5 Top Supreme Treasure. Effect 1. After wearing this mask, one's combat strength can soar by 2 small realms, effective within Stage 5. Effect 2. After wearing this mask, one can summon 10,000 of the strongest Stage 4 Devil Shadow Army. As long as the Devil Emperor Mask is not destroyed, the Devil Shadow Army will not be destroyed. Origin: Youth Sovereign. After killing over 10,000 5th Order Monarch rank powerhouses, he refined all of them into his current form. Chapter 608. When he finished reading the information of the mask, Wang Meng was completely dumbfounded. This was a 5th stage treasure? What made Wang Meng even more shocked was that the effect of this Demon Overlord mask was too heaven-defying. As long as the strength did not exceed the 5th stage, it could increase the battle power by 2 small realms. This was like if Wang Meng put on this Demon Overlord mask. His actual battle power would instantly increase to the 5th stage existence. Directly crossing 4 stages was simply heaven-defying. No, it should be said that with this mask, he could be called a peerless genius in the 5th stage. The basic condition of being a peerless genius was to cross 2 small realms to suppress the opponent. But Wang Meng's own battle power was far beyond the same realm. If he could get this Demon Overlord mask, Wang Meng could definitely become a true peerless genius. Even his battle power would not be an exaggeration to reach the level of a peerless genius. Thinking of this, Wang Meng suddenly became a little excited. For a moment, the way he looked at the demon overlord mask instantly changed. Obviously, Wang Mang was already very jealous of this demon overlord mask. The main reason was that the effect of this demon overlord mask was too heaven-defying. Wearing the mask could immediately increase one's battle power. Wearing the mask would immediately become a fifth-stage peerless genius. But what made Wang Mang a little headache was that the people who had their eyes on this demon overlord mask were not only Wang Mang. There were nearly 160 or 75th stage powerhouses present, obviously also eyeing the mask on the stone pillar. The reason why there were so few of them was probably because many fifth-stage powerhouses had died on the way here. Otherwise, the number of fifth-stage powerhouses gathered here would probably be even more. In fact, the 160 or 70 Immortal Emperor level powerhouses that Wang Mang was present were already all of the fifth-stage powerhouses that had survived. But there was one thing that made Wang Mang puzzled, was that these guys were not in a hurry to make a move. Through his observation, he discovered that many people present were staring at the demon overlord mask on the stone pillar. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but secretly frown. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, it would be a little difficult. This was because among the Type 5 experts present, the ones who died the most were the early-stage Immortal Emperors. Wang Mang did not need to guess to know that many of the weaker Type 5 powerhouses along the way had died miserably. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly heard a voice. "All of you attack together. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to shatter this energy barrier and obtain this mask. Furthermore, for this mask to be placed here, it must be a treasure left behind by the sovereign." Wang Mang glanced over. The person who spoke was an old man. He was extremely powerful and was among the Immortal Emperors here. His cultivation realm had also reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Clearly, the old man was only a step away from becoming a Saint Emperor. Moreover, Wang Mang had some impression of this old man. Among the experts who had killed the wretched old man back then, he was also one of the experts who had attacked first. After hearing the old man's words, the experts present looked at each other and nodded. "That's right. I've seen this barrier. Even if an Immortal Emperor came, he would have to spend a lot of effort to break it open. It's impossible to break this barrier with just one person's strength." "That's right. Let's not wait anymore. You're dragging me out. I'm dragging you out. How long are we going to drag this out for? Once the battle between the Sage Emperors and Immortal Emperors ends, they might turn around and snatch our opportunities." This last sentence clearly struck a chord in the hearts of all the experts present. They knew too well about the Sage Emperors and Immortal Emperors. In front of opportunities and benefits, what was the big bullying the small? If it were them, they would do the same. Moreover, in front of absolute benefits, anything could be done. In addition, not all experts would care about their own reputation and not attack the weak. For example, there were many shameless people like Wang Mang. For those who could become Type 5 experts, which one of them was not unscrupulous, that was because the more a powerhouse cultivated, the greater their desire for resources would be. For example, Wang Mang only needed less than 20 million energy values to break through from 8th Firmament Immortal Venerate to 9th Firmament. But for him to break through from 9th Firmament Immortal Venerate to Type 5 Expert, the basic requirement was 200 million energy values. This was still uncertain whether he needed other resources, and so on. Back to the main topic. When the group of experts had the same intention, they all attacked, only to see more than 100 Type 5 experts attack one after another. One after another, divine abilities with terrifying power bombarded the stone pillar barrier one after another. But what was even more inconceivable was that in the face of 1 to 200 Type 5 experts attacking, the barrier still did not break. The barrier was still not broken. Instead, it was like a small grain of sand that fell into a lake, causing only a few ripples. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang knew that this barrier was probably going to break. Of course, Wang Mang was no longer in the range of effort, but no one cared about him. Although many Type 5 experts were very surprised by Wang Mang sneaking in among the Type 5 experts, they did not take him seriously. However, he didn't take Wang Mang seriously. Instead, he focused all his energy on the barrier. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately felt bitter in his heart. He was thinking about how to get this Demon Emperor mask. Good stuff. Wang Mang naturally wanted it too. But Wang Mang had no way to compete for it. If he dared to be the first to snatch it after the barrier was broken later, then he would definitely be killed by all the immortal Emperor powerhouses until not even dregs were left. There was no doubt about this. The Holy Emperor level old man not long ago was a precedent. This was still under the situation where no one saw the benefits, and they were already so crazy. Now that everyone saw the benefits, these Type 5 experts would probably be even crazier. Wang Mang predicted that when the time came, there would definitely be an unknown number of experts who would die tragically. He did not even have the qualifications to compete. No, not to mention him. Even his subordinate, Lan, did not have the qualifications. This also caused Wang Mang to fall into deep thought. F***CK, what should I do? He really wanted this Demon Emperor mask, but the problem was that he did not know where to start. He could not directly kill these 100 over Type 5 experts, right? In that case, there was only one way left, unless Wang Mang chose to use the wrath of the god and devil and raise his strength by a large realm. In that case, the price he would have to pay would be too great. A conservative estimate was that he would lose hundreds of millions of energy values, or even more. This also caused Wang Mang to fall into a dilemma. Could it be that he really had to use the wrath of the god and devil? Chapter 609. He knew that once he used the wrath of the celestial demon, then no one would be able to snatch the Demon Emperor mask from him, because the wrath of the celestial demon was that it was infinitely powerful. Moreover, if he wanted to snatch the Demon Emperor mask, he absolutely needed to forcibly raise his cultivation level by one realm. However, one realm was still not enough to suppress these people. He even needed to raise his cultivation level by more than one realm. Only by raising his cultivation level by one realm and a few more small realms could he be free of worries. Just as Wang Mang was in a dilemma, an earth-shattering loud noise was heard. Rumble! When he looked up, the enchantment on the stone pillar was completely shattered. Similarly, the residual power of the enchantment instantly blasted everyone, including Wang Mang, into the wall. Get lost! This mask is mine. How dare you snatch it from me? I think you're tired of getting it. Presumptuous! How dare you snatch it from me? Who dares to stop me? For a moment, angry shouts followed. The Stage 5 powerhouses present rushed forward one after another to the Demon Emperor mask on the top of the stone pillar. Then, Wang Mang saw a Stage 9 Immortal Emperor powerhouse who had just gotten the mask ecstatically was immediately killed by the other powerhouses on the spot. Then, another powerhouse snatched the mask. However, they obviously did not know what effect the Demon Emperor mask had. Therefore, they did not put the mask on their faces when they got it. Therefore, they did not last for more than 10 seconds before they were killed by the other powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang suddenly shook his head. Secretly, obviously, he was ready to give up on using the wrath of the celestial demon. Damn it! These idiots did not know the effect of the Demon Emperor mask and only knew how to snatch it. What a waste! Wang Mang could not help but curse in his heart. But at this moment, Wang Mang suddenly saw 3 more stone doors in front of him. This immediately made Wang Mang's eyes light up. Then, Wang Mang avoided the chaotic battle of the Stage 5 powerhouses and came to the 3 stone doors. However, although Wang Mang said it easily, the process was not easy. He was less than a kilometer away from the 3 stone doors. However, Wang Mang was almost struck by the divine abilities of the Type 5 divine warriors. This was because the scene was too chaotic. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a group of demons were dancing wildly. Even if they didn't participate in the fight for the Devil Monarch's mask, many early-stage immortal emperors were killed on the spot. This was mainly because they were too unlucky. Being at the center of the battlefield, he was blasted into smithereens by several divine abilities. Another thing worth mentioning was the 3 stone doors in front of Wang Mang still had different characters. The words on the first stone door on the left read, "Early-stage immortal emperors may not enter." On the second stone door in the middle, it was written that only intermediate-stage immortal emperors could enter. On the third stone door on the right, it was written that only late-stage immortal emperors could enter. After seeing this, Wang Mang hesitated. Would it be dangerous? Right at this moment, an incomparably wretched early-stage immortal emperor expert did not hesitate to enter the stone door. Seeing this, Wang Mang no longer hesitated and followed into the first stone door. As for Enlon, Wang Mang could no longer care about him. He was afraid that if he continued to stay, he would die in the chaotic battle. In addition, it was impossible for Enlon to enter the same door as him. Otherwise, if the situation of the wretched old man with the Holy Emperor happened again, Enlon would probably die. Therefore, he could only rely on himself for the rest of the journey. It was worth mentioning that the path under his feet was very long, but compared to the previous cave path, it was much wider. After walking for a few minutes, Wang Mang came in front of a black hole. Yes, there was no road ahead for Wang Mang. There was only this black hole in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Mang gritted his teeth and entered the black hole. Then Wang Mang only felt a blur in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he had entered a different world. This place had beautiful mountains and clear waters, dense forests like a paradise on earth, poetic and picturesque. This immediately confused Wang Mang. "Boy, did you also come in from the black hole just now?" Just as Wang Mang was in a daze, an angry shout came from behind him. He turned his head and looked. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man at the second heaven of the immortal emperor realm. He was looking around in confusion, frowning. Wang Mang immediately smiled and said, "Yes, I came here as soon as I came in." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately understood and nodded. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Wang Mang and flew in a certain direction. Seeing this, Wang Mang did not stay for long. He found a middle-aged man and flew in the opposite direction. But for the current situation, Wang Mang did not know anything, but he was very cautious, because he saw with his own eyes that there was a middle-stage, immortal emperor demonic beast lurking in a small jade pool. If Wang Mang did not see it from afar, he might have been sneak attacked. Not only that, in the following days, Wang Mang was also trembling with fear, because he saw many early-stage immortal emperors being swallowed by demonic beasts lurking in the dark. The demonic beasts here were not simple, although Wang Mang was one of the demonic beasts. But the demonic beasts here, they were all rank 5 demonic beasts, but the demonic beasts here seemed to be unable to transform. There was a huge difference between them and ordinary rank 5 experts. Although there was a difference, their strength was real. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded in the sky. "You must have come here for the opportunity." "Unfortunately, I don't have so many opportunities for you, but only one person can have the opportunity. Next is to get my opportunity. The rules are as follows. There are a total of 90 early-stage immortal emperors who entered this secret realm this time. You can kill the demonic beasts in the secret realm to get points, or kill the participants to get points. When you kill other participants, the points that the participants originally got will all belong to the killer. Whoever gets the most points will be the winner. The first heaven of Immortal Emperor is 1 point, the second heaven is 2 points, the third heaven is 3 points, and so on. The deadline is 15 days. Then, the game officially begins now. After hearing the voice that resounded through heaven and earth, Wang Mang suddenly felt his scalp go numb. The rules of this game are F***King Cruel. He was simply telling everyone in a straightforward manner, if you want to get the opportunity, you have to kill all the way, and kill the participants who compete with you. You can even do anything for points. Wang Mang did not need to guess to know that in the next 15 days, in this small secret realm world, there would be a storm of blood. Next, he did not know how many rank 5 experts would die here. Thinking of this, Wang Mang started to worry about his own safety. After pondering for a while, Wang Mang had already made up his mind. No, he had to hide first. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. The rules of this game were simply to let everyone kill each other. Chapter 6:10. This wasn't because Wang Mang was a coward. It was mainly because of the rules of the game. It was too unfriendly to him. Wang Mang's strength hadn't reached the 5th rank yet. He didn't even have a chance to compete fairly with the other early-stage immortal emperors. Therefore, he could only develop in a wretched manner. Hiding was naturally the best way. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to look for a place to hide. After searching for a long time, Wang Mang really found a good place. He turned into a tree on the top of a mountain with an excellent view. After restraining his aura, Wang Mang didn't move at all. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was too strong, he wouldn't be able to tell that this tree was Wang Mang. Moreover, the view here was excellent, and he could see very far. Damn, I'm indeed a genius. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Just as Wang Mang was secretly feeling proud, there was suddenly a sharp wind in the distance. Then Wang Mang saw a little fatty in the first heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. He was wearing a Taoist robe and came near Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang was shocked. Could it be that he was exposed? But in the next moment, Wang Mang knew that he was thinking too much, because this little fatty in a Taoist robe was looking around like a thief. At this moment, he had already turned into a big green stone. Half of the stone was inserted into the ground. It gave people the feeling that it was indeed a big stone that was born and raised here. It didn't attract any attention. "You scared me." Seeing this, Wang Mang muttered speechlessly in his heart. To be honest, Wang Mang didn't expect that someone would have the same idea as him. But not long later, Wang Mang saw another white-robed little old man in the first heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. He also came near the top of the mountain and turned into a big tree. The white-robed little old man's behavior instantly stunned Wang Mang. Damn. Another one? Damn it. Go out and fight. How can you get opportunities without fighting? Why? What about playing hide and seek? I'm hiding and you're hiding too? It was fine if one of them came. Another F***King one. Besides, what's the point of hiding? Could it be that in the face of a fortuitous encounter, they would not fight for it? We're hiding until the time is up, and then we'll go out and harvest. But do you think you can make a comeback by hiding? For a moment, Wang Mang was speechless at these two fellows. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that, at this moment, the little fatty in the Taoist robe who had turned into a stone not far away was also speechless. However, this also proved that he had a good eye. The peak of this mountain had an excellent view and was a good place to hide. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. That day, early in the morning, Wang Mang discovered that not far away there were 6 third heaven immortal emperors fighting. The 3 powerhouses fought so fiercely that it seemed as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. It was obvious that they had unleashed their true flames. Wherever they fought, it was a complete mess. Furthermore, the battlefield of their battle was also moving closer. This immediately made Wang Mang panic. Damn it! Don't tell me they're fighting here? Am I going to be exposed? At the thought of this, Wang Mang was ready to escape at any time. As expected, not long after, the 6 third heaven immortal emperors had already killed their way here. But just as Wang Mang was about to escape, an even more terrifying aura rushed over from afar. This aura was far more powerful than a 3rd heaven immortal emperor. Moreover, judging from the aura alone, it was much more powerful than Enlon. Damn it! What's going on? Is there a middle stage immortal emperor? This caused Wang Mang to be extremely shocked. In the next moment, the 6 third heaven immortal emperors who were still fighting stopped fighting, and their expressions changed drastically as they fled into the distance. Obviously, the 6 third heaven immortal emperors were also frightened away by the powerful aura of this being. This made Wang Mang heave a sigh of relief. In this case, he didn't have to worry about being exposed. Not long after, a young man with a powerful aura appeared in the sky. This young man looked at the direction in which they fled and stopped for a moment before he chased after them. At the same time, Wang Mang roughly guessed the strength of this young man in a white robe. He was only a 3rd heaven immortal emperor, but judging from his aura alone, his combat strength had already reached the middle stage immortal emperor. He might even have reached the legendary peerless genius level. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, has that guy's strength reached the legendary peerless genius level?" In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Reminder to the host. The target has reached the legendary peerless genius level. Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart sank. In this case, if he wanted to obtain the opportunity, he would have to pay a higher price. If there was no middle stage, immortal emperor level strength, then Wang Mang would have to wait until the time was almost up. He could use the wrath of the celestial demon to increase his strength by 3 small realms and pay the price of tens of millions of immortal stones to obtain the opportunity. But now, without knowing what kind of opportunity it was, Wang Mang was indeed a little unwilling to pay too high a price to obtain this so-called opportunity. What if this so-called opportunity was not as good as the price he had to pay? Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to worry. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. At this moment, there were less than 2 days left before the time limit of the opportunity ended. But Wang Mang was in a dilemma. If there was no one, then that legendary, peerless, genius-level existence. Then, Wang Mang would choose to spend tens of millions of energy points without hesitation. He would take a small gamble, the so-called opportunity in this secret realm, because at that time, Wang Mang only needed to increase his strength by 3 small realms. But now, if he wanted to obtain the final victory, he had to increase his strength by 5 small realms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to obtain victory and the so-called opportunity at all. But the problem was, Wang Mang was in a dilemma. If he increased his strength by 5 small realms, he would need at least 60 million energy points to recover. Was this so-called fortuitous encounter worth the 60 million energy values that he had to pay? Just as Wang Mang was at a loss. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1. In the face of the opportunity to obtain the immortal Emperor's mask, turn a blind eye to it, and stay until the end obtain nothing. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 1 million energy points. Diamond treasure chest X1. Mission number 2. In the face of the opportunity to obtain the immortal Emperor's mask, obtain victory without dropping your realm. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 2 million energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission number 3. In the face of the opportunity to obtain the immortal Emperor's mask, obtain victory by any means necessary and obtain the immortal Emperor's mask. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 10 million energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Immortal level treasure chest X1. Chapter 6:11. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect that the so-called opportunity this time was also the Devil Emperor mask. Oh, no, not the Devil Emperor mask, but the Immortal Emperor mask. But this was the same as the Devil Emperor mask, a quarter of the Supreme mask. Since that was the case, the effect would definitely not be too bad. In fact, Wang Mang guessed that this Immortal Emperor mask was definitely not weaker than the Devil Emperor mask. Moreover, these 4 masks could definitely be combined into the Supreme mask, although he didn't know how heaven-defying the Supreme mask was. But if there was a chance, Wang Mang didn't mind combining the Supreme mask. In addition, he originally had some difficulties in choosing. But now, he didn't have so many difficulties in choosing, because this opportunity was worth him using the wrath of the gods and demons to increase his cultivation by 5 small realms to obtain the final victory. It was just 5 realms, which was only 50 to 60 million energy values. Wang Mang was confident that he could afford to lose. But it was different after obtaining the Immortal Emperor mask. It could directly allow him to cross 2 small realms. Moreover, this kind of crossing of realms was effective within the 5th stage. Even if it was the Holy Emperor level, the God Emperor level, it would still be effective. Not only that, the system had also given him a reward mission. It was as good as feeding him the food. At that time, once he won and obtained the Immortal Emperor mask, he could also get more than 10 million energy values for free. In this way, his losses would be even less. At that time, if he could also obtain one of the 8 great secret treasures, he could also obtain 20 million energy values. At that time, the gap between his rewards would shrink again, including the Immortal level blind box and the Immortal level treasure chest. Perhaps this wave could be a huge profit. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly became excited. He almost didn't hesitate and said without hesitation, "System, I choose the 3rd mission." As for the reason why Wang Mang chose the 3rd mission, was there a need for a reason? The reward was the most. Moreover, Wang Mang could only use any means to obtain victory. If he relied on his original strength and didn't use the wrath of the gods and demons, it was impossible for him to obtain victory. And the Immortal Emperor mask. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully selected the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be eager to try. He knew that he was about to begin his hunt. There were only 2 days left until the end of the mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel high-spirited. Since he had already made his decision, Wang Mang wouldn't hesitate anymore. It was just over 60 million energy values. Wang Mang could still afford it. In the next moment, Wang Mang transformed into his human form. This scene gave the little fatty in Taoist robes and the little old man in white who were hiding nearby a fright. They didn't expect that there would be someone hiding here. No one was more shocked than the little fatty in the Taoist robe. When he saw Wang Mang suddenly expose himself, He was scared to death. However, after seeing Wang Mang's strength, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. This was because Wang Mang's strength was too weak. He hadn't even reached the 5th level. They even guessed that Wang Mang was most likely a monster that turned into a tree demon. Thinking of this, the two of them lost interest in Wang Mang. This was because if Wang Mang's strength reached the 5th level, they didn't mind killing Wang Mang to get 1 point. However, the problem was that Wang Mang wasn't even worth 1 point. However, they were obviously worried that Wang Mang would expose them. However, just as the two of them were hesitating whether to make a move, Wang Mang had already flown far away. This made the two of them completely give up on the idea of killing Wang Mang. The little fatty in Taoist robes and the little old man in white couldn't help but think in their hearts, "What a lucky fellow!" However, they didn't know. In fact, Wang Mang also despised them for being too weak. That was why he didn't make a move. They started to hide when Wang Mang just hid. How many points could they get? Because of this, Wang Mang wanted to kill the two of them. After leaving the mountain peak, Wang Mang began to rush towards the center of the secret realm. This was because Wang Mang knew that any expert who wanted to get an opportunity would definitely participate. Therefore, he only needed to rush to the center of the secret realm and have the opportunity to meet these strong competitors. Moreover, Wang Mang's target was them. These people must have killed many people and definitely had a lot of points. In addition, these people would definitely kill crazily to be on the safe side. The closer it was to the end, the crazier the killing would be. As expected, half an hour later, Wang Mang arrived at the center of the secret realm. There was a vast open space. Wang Mang saw a group of early-stage Immortal Emperor experts who were like demons dancing in a frenzy. They were killing each other. At a glance, there were more than 30 of them. Not only that, these people were in groups of 3 to 5, forming an alliance and clashing with the other teams. In addition, Wang Mang immediately found the peerless genius he had seen before. This peerless genius in white was fighting against several men whose strength had reached the 4th and 5th heaven of Immortal Emperor realm. This made Wang Mang even more shocked. F***CK. This is too exaggerated. Could it be that these bastards got other opportunities? Otherwise, how could they break through the early stage Immortal Emperor realm and reach the middle stage Immortal Emperor realm in such a short time? In addition, Wang Mang was sure that these people must have broken through to the middle stage Immortal Emperor realm after entering the secret realm. Because before entering the secret realm, these people were definitely still at the early stage Immortal Emperor realm. This also ruled out the possibility that they were at the middle stage Immortal Emperor realm, but ran into the early stage Immortal Emperor realm passageway. In that case, there was only one possibility. Either they already had the strength to break through to the middle stage Immortal Emperor realm, but did not choose to do so until they entered the secret realm. The other possibility was that they had gotten a great opportunity, and their strength had soared. Wang Mang felt that both possibilities were very likely. Both possibilities were very high. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel a little jealous. It seemed that while he was hiding, he would miss out on many things. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was ready to take action, because he had already thought of a good way to make up for his losses. This way was to use the fury of the Fiend God and obtain the final victory and take the Immortal Emperor mask. At the same time, he would devour all the early stage 5th heaven Immortal Emperors that he had killed. Chapter 6:12. In this way, Wang Mang would definitely be able to obtain a lot of energy value. After all, these guys were all stage 5 powerhouses. It couldn't be that they were worthless, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he killed enough of them, he might even be able to make up for the price of using the wrath of the god and demon this time. Oh my God! F***CK. I, Wang Mang, am indeed a genius. I can even think of such a method. For a moment, Wang Mang admired his own intelligence and wisdom. Of course, to be on the safe side, Wang Mang still didn't make a move. He was still observing and waiting for the time to come. Because once Wang Mang used the wrath of the god and demon, there was also a time limit. However, Wang Mang didn't know how long this time limit was. Therefore, Wang Mang's ideal time to make a move was actually the last day, because this was the safest time. In addition, looking at the current situation, these people would only become more and more jealous as they killed. Therefore, Wang Mang wasn't worried at all that these people would slip away. When the time came, as long as he suppressed all the victors among these people, victory would be at his fingertips. With such a thought, Wang Mang's state of mind was incomparably relaxed, and he thought to himself, "Let's fight. It's best to fight as hard as possible. In any case, the final victor will definitely be me." This feeling of being at ease and having everything under control made Wang Mang very fascinated. It was as if these people in front of him were all Sun Wukong, destined to be unable to escape his five-finger mountain. However, what made Wang Mang gratified was that the battle was really getting more and more intense as time passed. Right now, just in the empty space nearby, there were already several Immortal Emperor-level powerhouses lying on the ground. It was estimated that if the battle continued until tomorrow, it was unknown whether there would be the last 10 left. However, Wang Mang was naturally happy to see this. Other than that, what surprised Wang Mang the most was that this young man in white was a peerless genius. His combat power was 2F* King Lo. Even though he was facing 4 mid-stage Immortal Emperors, he was still able to handle them with ease. However, there wasn't any life-threatening situation. On the contrary, one of the 5 mid-stage Immortal Emperors was killed by him, so there were only 4 of them left. However, after this exceptional genius killed one of the mid-stage Immortal Emperors, the 4 mid-stage Immortal Emperors became even more cautious. That was why this exceptional prodigy had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, this had nothing to do with Wang Mang. If this peerless genius died, he would be able to use the Fiend God's wrath at a lower price. After all, this peerless genius was only at the 3rd heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, but his combat strength was at the 5th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. This was also the reason why he was able to become a peerless genius. In short, Wang Mang was really envious of such a guy. For example, if it was within the 4th heaven, Wang Mang was confident that he could defeat the enemy who was 2 levels higher than him. However, if it was within the 5th heaven, Wang Mang wasn't so confident. Within the 4th heaven, even if Wang Mang wasn't a peerless genius, he wasn't far off. However, if it was within the 5th heaven, Wang Mang didn't dare to say that he was a peerless genius. Similarly, Anlan was at the same level as Wang Mang when he was at the 5th heaven. Although he wasn't a peerless genius, he wasn't far off. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. During this day, Wang Mang saw it with his own eyes. There were originally dozens of Immortal Emperors, but now there were only 15 Immortal Emperors left. Among them, 4 mid-stage Immortal Emperors were still fighting with the peerless genius. The remaining 10 Immortal Emperors were only at the 3rd heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, but their combat strength was probably not weaker than the 4th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. This was definitely one of the best in the same realm. After all, there were almost 200 early-stage Immortal Emperors. The result, most of them died. However, they still survived. From this, it could be seen that these guys weren't simple. This was actually very normal. If they didn't have some ability, how could they survive until the end? Of course, except for those who chose to hide. Those who hid relied on their ability to hide. However, these people did indeed rely on their ability to survive. However, they weren't so lucky next time, because this was the last day of the 15-day time limit. Similarly, Wang Mang had endured for so long, and it was time for him to make a move. At this point, Wang Mang didn't hesitate at all, and used the wrath of the fiend god. The next moment, after using the wrath of the fiend god, Wang Mang felt that his entire body began to burn. Not only that, Wang Mang felt as if there was an endless power in his body. This power was expanding crazily in his body as if it could make him explode at any time. However, the strange thing was that this power seemed to know where Wang Mang's limit was. Every time Wang Mang felt that his body was about to explode, this huge power slowed down the speed of its expansion. This also caused Wang Mang's strength to expand rapidly. Originally, he was only at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. In just a moment, he broke through to the 5th level, first heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, first heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, second heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, second heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, third heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, fourth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, fifth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, until Wang Mang's realm reached the peak of the 5th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Wang Mang's strength didn't continue to skyrocket. On the contrary, this endless power was completely exhausted when it reached the peak of the 5th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. At the same time, Wang Mang's body also underwent a great change. In fact, even he himself did not realize that his current appearance was completely different from how it was before. The current Wang Mang's body was filled with a vast aura. It was filled with a faint black aura, and his eyes were blood red. His shoulder-length hair had turned red and was fluttering in the wind. Not only that, his original white robe had turned into a black robe. At this moment, Wang Mang gave people the feeling that he was an unparalleled demon from hell, especially the aura that he exuded. It was simply as evil and strange as before. Just by standing proudly in the air, he gave people a great sense of oppression and palpitations. At the same time, when Wang Mang's aura skyrocketed and reached the peak of the 5th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, the group of immortal emperors who were still fighting in the originally spacious area all stopped. They looked at Wang Mang in bewilderment, because Wang Mang's appearance was too strange. They didn't even notice when Wang Mang appeared. However, the terrifying aura that Wang Mang exuded, everyone's expression changed when they heard it, because it was Wang Mang who used the wrath of the fiend god. At this moment, his aura was too powerful. Chapter 613. All of a sudden, everyone present looked at Wang Mang with a solemn expression. They, who were originally fighting with red eyes, instantly woke up. They couldn't understand how Wang Mang appeared. If Wang Mang's body was already this powerful, then Wang Mang's body was already this powerful. They wouldn't be so surprised. But Wang Mang seemed to have appeared out of thin air. But this didn't make sense. If Wang Mang was so powerful, he didn't need to hide. After all, those who hid were basically those who didn't have enough strength. But Wang Mang's strength wasn't enough. It was 2F* King Awesome. Wang Mang's current aura was stronger than everyone present. In fact, he was even more terrifying than the young man in white, a peerless genius. Did he need to hide with such strength? Although everyone present was full of doubts. But this didn't stop them from being vigilant. Because Wang Mang appeared in front of them, there was only one possibility, and that was to win the competition. To put it bluntly, he was also their strong competitor. Moreover, he was so powerful that they felt like they were going to collapse. Otherwise, Wang Mang's appearance wouldn't have stopped them from fighting. At the same time, at this moment, Wang Mang didn't know what they were thinking. However, Wang Mang couldn't help but look at the changes in his body with some infatuation. He was especially fascinated by the boundless and inexhaustible power in his body. This was also the first time Wang Mang experienced the power of an immortal emperor. At the same time, Wang Mang also knew how small he was. Stage 5 was stage 5. It wasn't something that stage 4 could surpass. The difference between stage 5 and stage 4 wasn't just the difference in quantity, but the difference in quality. For example, Wang Mang could easily understand space and time at this moment. He could even feel the changes in the flow of time, as well as the changes in space. This wasn't something that celestial venerables could feel. Although celestial venerables could use space magic, their understanding of space and time was still far away. However, stage 5 powerhouses had a certain understanding and control of space and time. For example, if Wang Mang wanted to hide in the space, he would then be able to find weak or unstable nodes in the surrounding space and break them with force. In addition, there was a limit to the power of a celestial venerable, but there was no limit for celestial emperors. To put it more bluntly, at this moment, Wang Mang could easily feel the spiritual energy and all energy units in the world. Not only that, if Wang Mang wanted to, he could also absorb any energy in the world to replenish his own consumption. This was also the reason why immortal emperors had boundless dermic powers. Of course, the magic power of an immortal emperor was boundless, but it was another matter altogether when it came to battle prowess. Although one's magic power was boundless, it didn't mean that one was invincible. As an immortal emperor, one's strength was often determined by one's battle prowess. One could say that at this moment, Wang Mang had a better understanding of a 5th stage immortal emperor. However, what made Wang Mang frown was that his killing intent was too strong. It was as if there was a voice in his head tempting him. Kill to your heart's content. Kill all the powerhouses. Let the world know how powerful you are. The voice in his head seemed to be triggering the negative emotions in Wang Mang's heart. Most importantly, Wang Mang himself had a lot of negative emotions. Therefore, he was more or less affected. Fortunately, he could still control the killing intent. Therefore, Wang Mang quickly suppressed all the negative emotions. At the same time, Wang Mang slowly raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at the group of immortal emperors in the distance. Realizing that these people were looking at him with vigilance, Wang Mang smiled and didn't care. In the next moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but grin and say, "All of you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang rushed towards the remaining 10 powerhouses. As for the peerless genius and the other 5 middle stage immortal emperors, Wang Mang didn't attack them immediately. It was worth mentioning that, after seeing Wang Mang's actions, the peerless heavens Pride and White continued to attack without hesitation. Obviously, both sides had a tacit understanding. They decided to fight again after clearing the area. Seeing Wang Mang rushing towards them, the 10 powerful Third Heaven immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically. The 10 Third Heaven celestial emperors looked at each other and said in unison, "That's right. Attack. Let's kill this guy together. That's right. Let's attack together. Otherwise, none of us is his match. Kill him. I'm afraid he's not far from the 6th Heaven Immortal Emperor realm." As soon as they finished speaking, the group of immortal emperors attacked. Their attacks were earth-shattering. They used their divine abilities right away. In the next moment, 10 divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rained down on Wang Mang. Wang Mang instantly sneered when he saw this scene, and then his figure flashed and his speed multiplied explosively after his afterimage dissipated. Wang Mang had disappeared from where he was. At the same time, earth-shattering sounds could be heard. Rumble, The place where Wang Mang was standing had been blasted into ruins by the divine abilities. Even the surrounding forest ground had been blasted into a bottomless pit. The terrifying residual power rippled out, causing the surrounding ground to crack like a spider web. From this, one could see how terrifying the divine abilities of Stage 5 Immortal Emperors were. However, before the 10 Immortal Emperors could rejoice, they realized that Wang Mang had disappeared. At this moment, a cold and playful voice could be heard. "Idiots! I'm above you!" Hearing this, the expressions of the Immortal Emperors changed drastically. When they looked up, they saw that Wang Mang, who was surrounded by black lightning, had already attacked them with his palm. Then, a terrifyingly huge black lightning dragon roared out with bared fangs and claws. Obviously, Wang Mang had used his divine ability, Almighty Dragon of Heaven. However, as his strength increased tremendously, Wang Mang had already mastered the Almighty Dragon of Heaven. Now, not only could Wang Mang use the Almighty Dragon of Heaven, he could also use the Almighty Dragon of Heaven in any form. For example, the Lightning Dragon, Fire Dragon, Gold Dragon, Water Dragon, Earth Dragon, Wood Dragon, etc. Obviously, after Wang Mang's strength reached Stage 5 Immortal Emperor, his understanding and control of the Almighty Dragon of Heaven had reached a higher level. Bang! 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 A loud sound could be heard. Ah! In the next moment, a few shrill screams could be heard, because there were 3 Immortal Emperors who didn't manage to dodge in time, and they were killed by Wang Mang on the spot. Even the ground was hit by Wang Mang, and a bottomless abyss could be seen. With just one hit, even if they didn't die, they were basically on the verge of death. As for the other 7 Immortal Emperors who were lucky enough to escape, their faces were filled with shock and anger, because Wang Mang's strength was too powerful, so powerful that it made them feel hopeless. Just a casual hit from his divine ability had almost killed 3 Immortal Emperors. In the next moment, something that surprised Wang Mang happened. When he felt that the 3 Immortal Emperors who were hit by his attack had completely lost their breath. Suddenly, a string of golden numbers appeared on top of his head, 110 points. Such a golden number. Wang Mang had seen it on the heads of other Immortal Emperors a long time ago. It was just that he didn't know what it meant at that time. But now, Wang Mang instantly knew. Most likely, this represented points. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but smile, because the points on top of these people's heads were clear. Most of them were the peerless geniuses who were fighting with the 4 middle stage Immortal Emperors. The golden number on top of his head was 325 points. As for the other 4 middle stage Immortal Emperors who were fighting with him, the golden number on top of their heads was only slightly more than 100 points. It could be said that he only needed to kill the remaining 7 Immortal Emperors. Then he would be the one with the most points. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's lips curled up slightly, and the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. "Everyone, run! We are no match for him in terms of strength." At this time, one of the 7 Immortal Emperors who had yet to recover from the shock suddenly shouted angrily. Then he took the lead and quickly flew toward the forest in the distance without saying anything. Seeing this, Wang Mang suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Want to run? All of you will die." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang raised his hand and slapped at the escaping Immortal Emperors. In the next moment, a terrifying black thunder dragon roared out with bared fangs and brandished claws. However, this wasn't the end. Wang Mang turned his head and slapped dozens of times at the remaining 6 Immortal Emperors. In the blink of an eye, dozens of thunder dragons roared out with bared fangs and brandished claws, covering the sky and the sun. This terrifying scene was simply like thousands of dragons dancing in the sky, causing the sky and the earth to change color. Moreover, The shocking roars of dragons resounded throughout the sky and the earth. Chapter 6:14. Seeing this, the other 6 immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically. They had seen the power of the almighty heavenly dragon that Wang Mang had used previously. If they were hit again, they would either die or be severely injured. Heaven Mountain Cold Air Technique. 9 Dragon Fire Palm. 3 days, 6 legacies. Space Palm. In an instant, the celestial emperors used their divine powers again. In the next moment, the divine powers whizzed out in all directions. Obviously, they knew that it was not realistic to just rely on their divine powers to escape. On the contrary, if they turned around and ran, it would give Wang Mang a chance to kill them one by one. Because of this, the 6 celestial emperors used their divine powers to save their lives. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shattering noises were heard. Terrifying waves of air rippled out. The entire battlefield was completely engulfed by the terrifying dermic powers. At the same time, the dozens of black lightning dragons that Wang Mang had used dissipated. Of course, there were still a few lightning dragons that hit the celestial emperors. Puchi, those celestial emperors who were hit by Wang Mang's lightning dragons were sent flying and spat out blood. Of course, these people did not die. This was because they had used their divine powers to offset most of the power of Wang Mang's lightning dragons. Otherwise, they would have been severely injured if they took Wang Mang's almighty heavenly dragon head-on. But even so, when they went all out, it was still not enough for Wang Mang. There was no other reason. Wang Mang was too powerful. In front of Wang Mang, they could only defend themselves. Seeing that 3 of them were injured in an instant, Wang Mang's lips curled into a smile. The thrill of being crushed, the invincible power, was really intoxicating. Moreover, Wang Mang was confident that within an hour, he would be able to kill all of these fellows. This was because Wang Mang still had some misgivings when he attacked earlier. He was worried that these fellows would be blasted to the point that not even their corpses would be left, so he held back. Therefore, after Wang Mang grasped the endurance of these guys, he attacked again without any hesitation. In the end, the 6 immortal emperors were all in a sorry state. Unfortunately, after Wang Mang unleashed the power of a peak 5th Heaven Immortal Emperor without holding back, the 5th Heaven Immortal Emperor's power was completely destroyed. The 6th Third Heaven Celestial Emperors were eventually defeated by Wang Mang. Less than half an hour later, these 6 were 3rd Heaven Immortal Emperors. One after another, they died at the hands of Wang Mang. After Wang Mang killed the 6 Immortal Emperor-level experts, Wang Mang's expression changed drastically. He didn't attack the Supreme Genius and the other 4 Immortal Emperors. This was because he had already obtained 918 points just by killing the 10 Third Heaven Immortal Emperors. If they didn't come to Wang Mang after the battle, Wang Mang would definitely have the most points. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so calm. No matter if it was the 4 middle stage Immortal Emperors or the Supreme Genius in white. After the battle, they would have to fight with Wang Mang unless they gave up the opportunity. Otherwise, they would have to fight with Wang Mang if they wanted to compete for the opportunity. Therefore, after the battle, Wang Mang began to search for the corpses of the Immortal Emperors in the entire secret realm. In just a short while, Wang Mang had collected the corpses of more than 30 early-stage Immortal Emperors. Not only that, Wang Mang continued to search for the corpses of the Immortal Emperors. This was because if Wang Mang's prediction was correct, there were more than 90 early-stage Immortal Emperors who had entered the secret realm. If he could collect all the corpses of the early-stage Immortal Emperors, Wang Mang dared to say that he would definitely make a profit this time. His gains would increase instead of decreasing. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so eager to search for the corpses of the Immortal Emperors. Otherwise, Why would Wang Mang be so kind as to search for the corpses of the immortal emperors? Moreover, the corpses of the immortal emperors were level 5 items, so they were naturally level 5 items. 2 hours later, after Wang Mang searched the entire secret realm, he found more than 10 corpses of the immortal emperors. In total, Wang Mang found less than 40 corpses of the immortal emperors. After finding these corpses, Wang Mang didn't hesitate to pile the corpses up. Then Wang Mang transformed into his huge body, a terrifying python that was 600 to 700 meters long. After opening his bloody mouth, Wang Mang swallowed all the corpses of the immortal emperors. Rumble. After Wang Mang swallowed all the corpses of the immortal emperors, he felt as if his body was about to expand. This fiery power seemed like it was going to explode his huge body. Half an hour later, when Wang Mang felt that he had consumed all the corpses, the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully swallowed a first heaven immortal emperor. Obtained 5 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully swallowed a second heaven immortal emperor. Obtained 3 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully swallowed a third heaven immortal emperor. Obtained 6 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations! Host obtained a total of 120 million energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be elated. He didn't expect that he would be able to devour close to 40 immortal emperors. It actually allowed him to accumulate 120 million energy values. Of course, this wasn't a lot, but Wang Mang had a rough idea. An early-stage immortal emperor expert. How much energy could I provide to him? Especially experts at the third heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Each of them could provide him with 6 million energy points. It could be said that the harvest of devouring the corpses of the immortal emperors was much greater than he had imagined. Originally, he thought that he would suffer a loss. But after devouring so many immortal emperors, not only did he not suffer a loss, but he also made a huge profit. Thinking of this, Wang Mang had the urge to laugh out loud, because this meant that if he encountered such a situation again in the future, he could use the wrath of gods and demons without hesitation. Of course, the premise was that he could devour enough experts. But this time, no matter what, Wang Mang had made a profit. Moreover, it was a huge profit. Even if Wang Mang was thrown into the middle stage of the Immortal Emperor competition, he wouldn't lose out at all, because as long as there were enough middle stage Immortal Emperors, Wang Mang dared to continue using the wrath of gods and demons. Just as Wang Mang was in high spirits, a few screams could be heard from afar. Wang Mang turned his head to look and saw a white-clothed young man rapidly rushing over. In just a short while, this young man in white was very close to Wang Mang. He stood proudly in the air, looking down at Wang Mang indifferently, and said slowly, "Come on, as long as you can defeat me. This opportunity belongs to you." Chapter 615. Obviously, even in the face of Wang Mang's powerful strength, this young man was not afraid in the slightest. After hearing the young man's words, Yi Zichen nodded. Wang Mang slowly focused his gaze on him. He could feel that this young man in white was indeed extraordinary. He was far from being comparable to an early-stage immortal emperor. In particular, Wang Mang could feel that the other party had an indescribable arrogance, as if he did not even look him in the eye. This pride that came from the bottom of his heart seemed to be innate. Wang Mang could clearly feel it. In Wang Mang's opinion, this might be the arrogance that a peerless genius should have. Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not mind at all. He nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Come on, Let me experience the strength of a peerless genius." Hearing this, Bai Jun nodded indifferently and said, "By family, Bai Jun. What about you? I've never heard of you in the Eastern Heaven realm of the Sacred Emperor continent. How should I address you?" "Greenwood City, God of War," Wang Mang said with an indifferent expression. Then his figure moved and whizzed out. Obviously, Wang Mang had already made his move. His move was earth-shattering. At the same time, Wang Mang shot forth explosively. He raised his hand and unleashed the great might heavenly dragon without holding back. The black lightning around him gathered to form a lightning dragon that was almost 1,000 meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Bai Jun. Seeing this, Bai Jun did not back down. Vast immortal chi gathered into a giant palm and slammed it toward the black lightning dragon. Bang! In the next moment, the 1,000-meter lightning dragon and the 1,000-meter giant palm collided. What shocked Wang Mang was that this guy's strength was really tyrannical. He was a peak 5th Heaven Immortal Emperor, but his lightning dragon could not gain the upper hand at all. With just one collision, Wang Mang's 1,000-meter-long lightning dragon was blasted into nothingness by the other party's gigantic palm. For a moment, there was no clear winner. Again, obviously, in the face of such an outcome, Bai Jun was furious. He was a peerless genius. Within the same realm, he was naturally unwilling to lose to a nobody like Wang Mang. Furthermore, a peerless genius also had the arrogance of a peerless genius. Thus, when he saw that his full-powered palm strike was actually unable to gain the upper hand, he felt a chill run down his spine. He formed a spell with both of his hands, and a vast amount of mana appeared around him, forming a 1,000-meter-long giant sword. He clasped his palms together and thrust them forward. Rumble! This terrifying and solid 1,000-meter-long giant sword whizzed towards Wang Mang at lightning speed. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered. He immediately formed a seal with both hands and used his divine ability again. Void Hand. In the next moment, the 1,000-meter-long giant sword that was shooting over was suddenly crushed by a giant hand that appeared out of thin air. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering boom. The terrifying 1,000-meter-long giant sword instantly transformed into a vast and violent dermic power that wreaked havoc. At the same time, the gigantic hand that had crushed the 1,000-meter-long sword disappeared into thin air. Just as Bai Jun was feeling stunned, another giant hand suddenly appeared behind him. This giant hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Bang! If Bai Jun had not sensed the danger at the critical moment and retreated frantically, he would have been crushed by this void hand on the spot. After the hand of void failed, it instantly disappeared. Bai Jun couldn't help but feel shocked and angry at the same time, because Wang Mang's means were already not inferior to ordinary peerless geniuses. Of course, only ordinary peerless geniuses, but he was definitely one of the best among the peerless geniuses. Therefore, after dodging Wang Mang's void hand, Bai Jun did not say anything and once again used his guard the door. The vast dermic power around him began to condense into long swords. In just a moment, tens of thousands of long swords had condensed around him. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately used his divine ability, without hesitation, Void Blade. As Wang Mang kept making hand seals, void blades began to appear out of thin air. Before long, they had already surrounded Wang Mang and began to fly wildly. There were so many of them that they could be said to be as numerous as the hairs on an ox. It could be said that at this moment, the void blades had already surrounded Wang Mang and covered the sky and the earth. Not only that, Wang Mang took the initiative to attack first. After condensing the void blades, he directly flicked his sleeves. Then, the void blades that filled the sky whizzed out like sickles, covering the sky and the earth. This scene was like a swarm of locusts passing through. Seeing this, Baijun was not to be outdone. He shouted angrily, 10,000 swords attack. As soon as his voice fell, he pushed with both hands, and the sword chi that had gathered around him instantly whizzed out like an arrow leaving the bow. Clang, 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 bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. The void blades and the sword chi that covered the sky, and the sword chi instantly collided with each other. Like a storm, the terrifying and vast Dharma power swept through the surrounding heaven and earth, causing heaven and earth to change color. At the same time, Tong Nian, who was hiding not far away, after seeing this scene, her pretty face was full of horror. She never would have thought that Wang Mang was actually powerful to this extent. After all, Baijun was a well-known peerless genius in the Eastern Heaven realm. It could be said that Baijun was very famous in the entire Eastern Heaven realm. But it was such a peerless prodigy. Still couldn't defeat Wang Mang? How was this possible? For a moment, Tong Nian's worldview was completely overturned. She really couldn't understand why Wang Mang was so powerful. When she first entered this place, she realized that the rules of the game were too cruel, so she chose to hide. Moreover, during these days of hiding, she saw too many early-stage immortal emperors fall. This also made her feel more than once that her choice to hide was very correct. At the same time, she was also curious about Wang Mang in her heart. She really wanted to know what kind of heaven's favorite was this. Where did this amazing and mysterious heaven's chosen powerhouse come from? Because in her eyes, a peerless genius like Baijun was already unattainable. But this was the first time she saw someone of the younger generation who could suppress Baijun in the same realm. It could be said that, at this moment, Tong Nian was very shocked and also very curious about Wang Mang. Perhaps this is a true heaven's chosen expert. Even in the Eastern Heaven realm, he can definitely be famous in the Eastern Heaven realm. At this moment, Tong Nian's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. She looked at Wang Mang, who was like a god, and couldn't help muttering to herself. It could be said that this mysterious genius, like a god, he had already left an extremely deep impression in her heart. In her eyes, the first impression that Wang Mang gave her at this moment was mysterious, powerful, domineering, arrogant, brutal, arrogant. Especially at this moment, Wang Mang stood proudly in the air, his blood-red long hair dancing in the wind, and he looked like he could swallow mountains and rivers. In her eyes, he was simply super handsome. Chapter 6:16. He's so handsome even when fighting. Such a man is suitable to be my cultivation partner. At this moment, Tong Nian had turned into a blade of grass. She stared at Wang Mang in the sky with her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help murmuring in her heart. This was the first time she had fallen in love with someone. In Tong Nian's opinion, a man who could match her. At the very least, he was a peerless genius. Of course, the stronger he was, the better. If Wang Mang could suppress Baijun, his position in her heart would probably be higher. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the guy she hated so much. The guy she hated so much was naturally Wang Mang. After comparing the two in her heart, Tong Nian couldn't help shaking her head. Secretly, she sneered disdainfully in her heart. How can a shameless person like Wang Mang be compared with him? Obviously, deep in her heart, Wang Mang was just a despicable and shameless villain. But what about the young and mysterious genius in front of her? He could actually suppress Baijun in the same realm. He was already a top peerless genius with such strength. It was even possible for him to become a peerless genius in the future. Such a heaven-defying genius. Even her family wouldn't oppose it, right? Just as Tong Nian was fantasizing. At this moment, the battle had indeed changed. Wang Mang and Baijun, who were originally evenly matched, had tilted the battle. Under Wang Mang's constant suppression, Bai Jun gradually fell into a disadvantage. The two fought with each other, including the collision of magical powers and all kinds of fights. But after the battle, Bai Jun gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, Wang Mang was not an ordinary peak, fifth heaven immortal emperor. Even Wang Mang was definitely not weak among the fifth heaven immortal emperors. At least in the same realm, he was definitely among the best. Therefore, Wang Mang's strength had surpassed the fifth heaven immortal emperor, but he definitely hadn't reached the sixth heaven immortal emperor. However, this slight gap allowed Wang Mang to gradually suppress Bai Jun and put Bai Jun at a disadvantage in the battle. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. After their palms collided again, Bai Jun quickly retreated with a complicated look on his face. When he was fighting with Wang Mang earlier, he had used almost all of his techniques, but he was still no match for Wang Mang. He also knew that defeating Wang Mang was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Because of this, Bai Jun was also ready to give up. Greenwood City, we're God, right? Very good. I'll remember you. After saying that, Bai Jun left without looking back. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang did not choose to pursue, because he knew that if he wanted to kill Bai Jun, he had to increase his cultivation by another minor realm. He stood proudly in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Bai Jun leave. Only then did Wang Mang fly to the spacious battlefield not far away. Then, he collected the corpses of the 4 mid-stage immortal emperors killed by Bai Jun. After collecting the corpses of the 4 mid-stage immortal emperors, Wang Mang immediately transformed into his huge body and swallowed all the corpses of the 4 mid-stage immortal emperors into his big mouth. After swallowing the 4 mid-stage immortal emperors, Wang Mang transformed into his human form. At the same time, that huge and pure energy started to run wildly in his body again. Then, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a 4th heaven immortal emperor and gained 12 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a 4th heaven immortal emperor and gained 12 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a 4th heaven immortal emperor and gained 12 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully devoured a 4th heaven immortal emperor and gained 12 million energy value. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed again. 4 4th heaven immortal emperors. They brought him another 48 million energy value, including the 120 million energy value that he had obtained earlier. The total energy value that he had obtained was 170 million. It could be said that even after deducting the consumption of the wrath of the celestial and demon, this time he would be able to earn more than 100 million energy value. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel excited. This trip to the Supreme Graveyard did not disappoint him. At the same time, Wang Mang waited for about 2 hours. The mysterious and majestic voice sounded in the sky again. Time for this game is up. Congratulations on being the final winner. As soon as the voice sounded, a golden light shot toward Wang Mang from the sky. Wang Mang raised his head and saw that there was a golden mask in the golden light. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately became excited. If his guess was correct, then this was the case. If he was right, this golden mask must be the legendary immortal emperor mask. Before he had time to think, the golden mask appeared in front of him. This was a pure golden mask, and there was a strange and powerful aura on the mask. Wang Mang subconsciously reached out and took the mask, only to find that the mask looked ordinary. Whether it was this immortal emperor mask or the demon emperor mask that Wang Mang had seen before, he found that these two masks only covered half of the face, from the forehead to the nose. But when Wang Mang used information detection, he was shocked. The extraordinariness of the mask was revealed. Target: Immortal Emperor Mask, 1/4 of the Supreme Mask. Grade: Level 5 Supreme Treasure. Effect 1. After use, the target's strength will increase by 2 small realms, effective within level 5. Effect 2. After use, can summon 10,000 Emperor Shadow Legions with the strongest level 4 strength. As long as the mask is not destroyed, the Emperor Shadow will not be destroyed. Origin: a young Supreme, refined by killing tens of thousands of Emperor-level powerhouses. After reading the information of the Immortal Emperor Mask, Wang Mang could not help but laugh. Then, he put on the Immortal Emperor Mask without hesitation. After putting on the Immortal Emperor Mask, Wang Mang felt a huge force fill his body. It even made Wang Mang's strength, which was only at the peak of the 5th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, soar again. 6th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. 6th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. 7th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. 7th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, until his strength soared to the peak of the 7th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Only then did the Immortal Emperor's mask stop, giving him a huge boost. This is the power of the peak of the 7th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Sure enough, what a powerful force! Wang Mang could not help but be stunned. He quietly felt the terrifying force in his body that soared again. This powerful force even caused him to have a misconception. It was as if under the enhancement of this terrifying force, he could kill gods and Buddhas who blocked his way. Just as Wang Mang was feeling shocked, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mission successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained 10 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained Immortal Treasure Chest X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained Immortal Blind Box X1. Chapter 6:17. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. The energy value from this round of rewards was added up. Wang Mang's accumulated energy value had reached 180 million. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be even more excited, because this time, even if he deducted the energy value from using the wrath of the celestial and demon, he could guarantee that he could steadily earn more than 100 million energy value. If he counted the blind treasure box, Wang Mang's gain would be even greater. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel happy. The only thing that Wang Mang felt a little regretful was that his wrath of the celestial and demon couldn't last for too long. He had roughly understood the rules of the wrath of the celestial and demon. After one day, the effect of the wrath of the celestial and demon would completely disappear. In other words, his wrath of the celestial and demon could still last for a while. At this moment, the cold voice in the sky sounded again. Winner, you have a chance to cross over. You can choose to enter the secret realm of the middle stage Immortal Emperor. You want to enter? After listening to the dignified and indifferent voice in the sky, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then he immediately reacted. At the same time, Wang Mang also fell into hesitation. He roughly understood what the voice meant by the chance to cross over and enter the secret realm of the middle stage Immortal Emperor. To put it bluntly, it was a chance for him to cross over and seize the opportunity of the middle stage Immortal Emperor. Moreover, Wang Mang was sure that the opportunity of the middle stage Immortal Emperor experts in the secret realm might also be the mask. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart suddenly palpitated with excitement. If he could get the 4 supreme masks, wouldn't the effect be heaven-defying? One mask could provide him with 2 small realms of combat power. 4 masks added together would increase his combat power by 8 small realms. If the 4 masks were combined, wouldn't he be able to reach the heavens in one step and become a real supreme youth? Right when Wang Mang was conflicted, an enormous bang that shook the heavens suddenly resounded. The next moment, Wang Mang saw a passage suddenly split open in the sky. Then, a figure stepped out of the passage. This was a black-robed figure. He looked thin, but his aura was incomparably terrifying. More importantly, this figure was also wearing a purple gold mask. His terrifying aura caused Wang Mang's expression to change greatly. Too powerful. This black-robed young man's aura was directly at the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. Wang Mang had a feeling that this guy's aura had already surpassed the immortal Emperor. When he entered the mystic realm, a terrifying aura swept across the land. This also caused the group of initial stage Emperor experts who were hiding in the dark to be extremely terrified. This was because the other party's aura was too powerful. It was much more powerful than Wang Mang's. At this moment, the figure clearly saw Wang Mang, even though the distance between them was very far. However, the black-robed young figure still stared at Wang Mang from afar and said indifferently, "Give me the mask." Obviously, since he had already put on the Sage Emperor mask, he naturally knew how heaven-defying the 4 masks were. Because of this, he chose to cross over without hesitation after taking care of the 4 masks of the intermediate stage Immortal Emperor's opportunity. Because he knew too well how terrifying this mask was. If he couldn't get this mask now, the terrifying existence of the late stage Immortal Emperor would appear later. He couldn't even compete with the winner of the late stage Immortal Emperor's Opportunity Mystic Realm. Yes, Wang Mang was the winner of the early stage Immortal Emperor's Mystic Realm. He was the winner of the intermediate stage Immortal Emperor's Mystic Realm. He was the same as Wang Mang. He was also the winner of the opportunity. However, compared to Wang Mang's information, he knew a lot of information. Moreover, he knew that once the winner of the late-stage Immortal Emperor's Mystic Realm crossed over and appeared, the mask would very likely be snatched away. Moreover, at that time, not only would Wang Mang's mask be snatched away, but his mask would also be snatched away. More importantly, Ao Tianhen was worried that the winner of the Demon Emperor mask would get the last God Emperor mask after entering the late stage Immortal Emperor's Mystic Realm. In this case, the winner of the Demon Emperor mask would have 2 masks, and his strength would soar again. At that time, he, the winner of the intermediate stage Immortal Emperor mask, and Wang Mang, the winner of the early stage Immortal Emperor mask, would be no match for each other. After all, he was only an intermediate stage Immortal Emperor, and he had obtained the mask. In addition, he was a peerless genius himself. His combat strength was even beyond the Sage Emperor level. He couldn't imagine how powerful the winner of the Demon Emperor mask would become after getting the God Emperor mask again. After all, the God Emperor mask and the Demon Emperor mask fell into the hands of the same person at the same time. In addition, the winner of the Demon Emperor mask was very powerful, and with the support of the 2 masks, at that time, he would probably be able to easily suppress the existence of the early stage Sage Emperor. At the same time, Wang Mang didn't know about this. However, facing the winner of the Sage Emperor mask, the moment he opened his mouth, he spoke in an unquestionable tone of command. This caused Wang Mang to be extremely displeased and furious. Although he knew that the other party was the winner of the intermediate stage Immortal Emperor's Secret Realm. At the same time, he was also the winner of the Sage Emperor mask. However, Wang Mang was still very unhappy. He had paid Such a huge price to obtain this immortal emperor mask. How could he hand it over so easily? Therefore, Wang Mang naturally couldn't hand over the immortal emperor mask. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. In the face of the oppression of the winner of the Sage Emperor Mask, give up resistance and hand over the immortal Emperor Mask. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 1 million energy value. Coward title, X1. Mission 2. In the face of the oppression of the winner of the Sage Emperor Mask, attack in anger. Let the other party know the difficulty and retreat. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 10 million energy value. Immortal treasure, chest, X1. Mission 3. In the face of the oppression of the winner of the Sage Emperor Mask, attack with lightning speed. Seize the other party's Sage Emperor Mask. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 20 million energy value. Immortal treasure, chest, X1. Immortal blind box, X1. Mission 4. Attack in anger. And obtain the combination of the 4 masks. And obtain the supreme mask. And become a mythic level prodigy. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 100 million energy value. Immortal treasure, chest X1. Designated lucky draw opportunity X1. Chapter 6:18. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. Then he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. It was impossible to get the first mission for free, not to mention the small reward. Wang Mang couldn't just give up the mask of the immortal emperor that he had worked so hard to get. Moreover, Wang Mang already knew about the incredible effects of the 4 masks. So, it was impossible to give up the mask. Therefore, the first mission could be eliminated without a doubt. As for the second mission, the reward was barely acceptable and was within Wang Mang's consideration. Because the reward was average, but the difficulty of the mission was not high, Wang Mang was still confident. As for the 3 versus 3 mission, the reward was good, but Wang Mang felt that it was unrealistic to snatch the mask of the Holy Emperor. Unless Wang Mang increased his cultivation by 3 small realms, it was possible. But this mission was also within Wang Mang's consideration. If the other party forced Wang Mang into a corner, Wang Mang naturally wouldn't mind increasing his cultivation by 3 small realms, or even 4 small realms. At most, his cultivation would plummet. Wang Mang didn't care at all. This was because his accumulated energy value had already reached 180 million. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was so confident. But just as Wang Mang was still struggling with the choice of the mission, 2 more loud noises rang out in the sky. 2 pitch-black space tunnels appeared in the sky again. At the same time, 2 more young figures crossed over to this place. The aura of these 2 figures was much stronger than the one who got the mask of the Holy Emperor. If the one who got the mask of the Holy Emperor, Ao Tianhen's aura seemed to have surpassed that of an immortal emperor. In that case, the auras of the 2 figures had completely surpassed the Celestial Emperor realm and reached the Saint Emperor realm. Because the aura of the Holy Emperor level was too different from the aura of the Immortal Emperor level. The aura of the Holy Emperor level was very obvious and oppressive to the Immortal Emperor level powerhouses. These 2 figures were obviously from the younger generation. The only difference between the 2 was that the one who got the mask of the Demon Emperor was also dressed in a black robe. The person who had obtained the God Emperor mask was dressed in a white robe. Even the mask was white. After seeing these 2 figures, Ao Tianhen, who was about to attack Wang Mang, suddenly changed his expression. He didn't expect the late-stage Immortal Emperor to emerge victorious so quickly. However, What surprised him was that the person who obtained the Devil Emperor mask was clearly not the final victor. According to A.O. Tianhen's original guess, obtaining the Devil Emperor mask and obtaining the God Emperor mask from the late-stage Immortal Emperor Mystic Realm was basically a done deal. But the result was completely out of his expectations. In the next moment, before A.O. Tianhen could think any further, the owner of the Demon Emperor mask charged at him. Not only that, the owner of the Demon Emperor's mask raised his hand and condensed a giant palm that blotted out the sky, attempting to quickly suppress the owner of the Holy Emperor's mask. Damn it! Seeing this scene, A.O. Tianhen was shocked and angry. He attacked without hesitation. For a moment, A.O. Tianhen was suppressed by the Devil Emperor mask holder. As for the other young man who had obtained the God Emperor mask, he approached Wang Mang without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang suddenly felt bitter. Did he really have to continue to improve his strength? But now, it seemed that he had no other choice but to improve his strength. But at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from the sky. Those who want to leave the mystic realm can choose to enter the space door. Warm reminder, the Holy Emperor and God Emperor experts are on their way. After hearing this cold and majestic voice, Wang Mang wasn't the only one who was stunned. The other three people who had obtained the Immortal Emperor mask, the Holy Emperor mask, and the God Emperor mask were also stunned. Just as everyone was stunned, Wang Mang suddenly felt that the sky was twisting, as if it was going to break at any time. Let's go. At this moment, the young man who had obtained the God Emperor mask suddenly shouted anxiously at the young man who had obtained the Demon Emperor mask. As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the God Emperor mask rushed into the space door. At the same time, the owner of the Demon Emperor mask also reluctantly gave up. The owner of the Holy Emperor mask, because if they continued to fight, the owner of the Demon Emperor mask was confident that he could get the Holy Emperor mask. Similarly, they were determined to get Wang Mang's Immortal Emperor mask. At the same time, they saw the two people running away. The owner of the Holy Emperor mask also rushed into the space door without hesitation. As for Wang Mang, of course, he also rushed to the space door. But just as Wang Mang was about to enter the space door, the owner of the Holy Emperor mask suddenly attacked Wang Mang before he left. "Get back to where you came from." The owner of the Holy Emperor mask sneered and raised his hand to slap Wang Mang. This vast immortal chi turned into a terrifying dermic power arrow and shot toward Wang Mang. Facing this terrifying dermic power arrow, Wang Mang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Bang! This terrifying giant arrow instantly blasted a few mountains in the distance into ruins. At the same time, there was a violent, muffled sound in the sky. A few terrifyingly powerful figures had already stepped out of the space. These terrifying figures, auras, were too powerful. It could be said that in front of these terrifying Holy Emperor-level experts, Wang Mang did not dare to hesitate in the slightest and immediately fled, because Wang Mang knew that since the Holy Emperor-level experts had appeared, would the Holy Emperor-level experts be far away from appearing? Moreover, what could these guys do with their appearance? Without guessing, Wang Mang knew. Obviously, they wanted to snatch the opportunity that they had obtained. Just as Wang Mang was about to enter the space door, a terrifying aura in the sky instantly locked onto him. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "Stop right there." This terrifying aura even made it difficult for Wang Mang to struggle, because this aura was too powerful. Among the Holy Emperor-level experts, it was definitely very powerful. Therefore, Wang Mang forcefully broke free from this aura's lock and plunged into the space door. Also, another reason why he chose to leave was that the effect of his wrath of the gods and demons was about to end. Just as Wang Mang entered the space door, there was a loud bang. The space door that Wang Mang had just stepped out of started to distort. This was obviously because a Holy Emperor-level expert had made his move. Moreover, his strength was so strong that it even affected the space. If Wang Mang had left a little later, this attack would have been enough to kill him. At this moment, a middle-aged Holy Emperor-level expert was looking at the space door with a gloomy expression. Obviously, he was the Holy Emperor-level expert who had attacked Wang Mang earlier. Moreover, he was a late-stage Holy Emperor-level expert. On the other side, Wang Mang had entered the space door. He was in a sealed, mysterious space. At the same time, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Detected that the host has sufficient energy. Ding. Do you want to deduct 60 million energy to remove the impact of the drop in cultivation level? Chapter 619. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he said without hesitation, "Use it." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. 60 million energy points have been successfully deducted. Ding. As the host has not chosen a mission for a long time, the system has assumed that the host has chosen the first mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. 1 million energy points have been obtained. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was speechless. However, it was not bad that this mission could be considered a free meal. After all, he did not even choose the mission back then. It was not that he did not want to choose, but that he had no choice. Because the situation was changing rapidly, it was completely out of Wang Mang's control. For example, later on, even sage emperors and god emperors had appeared. Under such circumstances, how could he still have the mood to fight? If he had left too slowly, he would have been dead. When he was escaping earlier, Wang Mang still had a lingering fear of being locked on by the aura. If he had left too late, he would have been killed on the spot. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt that the huge power in his body was disappearing. Then, he felt that his cultivation level was rapidly dropping. Peak 7th Heaven Immortal Emperor, 6th Heaven Immortal Emperor, 4th Heaven Immortal Emperor, peak 3rd Heaven Immortal Emperor, 3rd Heaven Immortal Emperor, peak 2nd Heaven Immortal Emperor, until his aura dropped to the peak 2nd Heaven Immortal Emperor. His aura gradually stabilized. This was obviously because the blessing of Wang Mang's Immortal Emperor mask had not disappeared. After all, as long as Wang Mang was wearing the Immortal Emperor mask, the blessing of the Immortal Emperor mask would always be there. It was effective for cultivators below the 5th stage. At this moment, a familiar, dignified, and indifferent voice sounded in the space. There is still the last opportunity. Do you want to participate in the fight? After hearing the voice, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then he could not help but ask, tentatively, "What's the last opportunity like? How is it compared to the 4 masks?" The next moment, a dignified and indifferent voice sounded in the space. "This last stroke of fortune was left behind by my true body. There are immortal stones, immortal materials, pills, pill formulas, medicinal herbs, and so on." After hearing this voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be tempted again. After all, he didn't need to think to know that it was left behind by a 5th stage supreme martial artist. Furthermore, this 5th rank supreme martial artist might have even reached the 6th rank when he was alive. However, what Wang Mang was worried about was that the powerhouses vying for the last bit of fortune were probably from all realms of the 5th stage. However, Wang Mang was a little unwilling to miss this opportunity. After thinking for a while, he unconsciously took off the Immortal Emperor mask, gritted his teeth, and said, "Participate." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang felt the world spin. In the next moment, Wang Mang appeared in a vast palace out of thin air. However, What made Wang Mang feel helpless was that he seemed to be controlled and could not move at all. Not only that, but Wang Mang also noticed that the other experts around him were the same. It was worth mentioning that the number of experts present was not small. However, compared to the number of experts who entered the Supreme Tomb, the number was much smaller. One should know that when they entered the Supreme Tomb, the number of fifth-stage powerhouses was more than 300. But now, the number of experts in front of him was less than 80. Among them, whether it was the Immortal Emperor level or the Holy Emperor level, the number was much smaller. There were only 2 Immortal Emperor level existences left. In addition, Wang Mang also saw the familiar figure of Enlan and Tong Nian in the crowd. In addition, there were the 4 city lords and the deputy city lords of Greenwood City. As for these few guys, to be honest, Wang Mang felt very confused. How did they survive? Especially the West City Lord. When he was in the early stage Immortal Emperor's Secret Realm, he didn't meet this guy. I guess this guy was also hiding in the early stage Immortal Emperor's Secret Realm at that time. Soon, Wang Mang had a guess in his heart and couldn't help but mutter to himself. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that what he said was true, not to mention that he chose to hide. Even Tong Nian had to hide in order to survive in the Secret Realm. They didn't participate in the fight for the opportunity at all. Similarly, Enlan didn't participate in the fight for the opportunity. Otherwise, they might not be able to survive, because those who participated in the fight were basically all dead, just like the fight in the early stage Immortal Emperor's Secret Realm, except for Bai Jun, who survived against Wang Mang. The rest of the participants basically all died tragically without exception. They were either killed by the other competitors or Wang Mang in the end. From this, one could see how cruel the fight for the opportunity was. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly felt that the power controlling and suppressing him disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Wang Mang saw that the rest of the experts rushed into the hall. As for Enlan, he came to Wang Mang's side immediately and said, "Lord, are you okay?" Hearing that, Wang Mang slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I'll act according to the situation later." As he spoke, Wang Mang also rushed into the hall. However, compared to the other experts, he walked towards the depths of the hall. Wang Mang chose to rush towards the side hall, because Wang Mang knew that even if he entered the depths of the hall, he wouldn't be able to compete with these experts. On the contrary, if he chose to enter the side hall to look for the opportunity, the possibility of obtaining benefits was higher. Similarly, there were also a few experts who rushed towards the left and right side halls. They obviously knew that they weren't qualified to compete with the experts at all. Without exception, those who hadn't reached the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm all chose to enter the left and right side halls to look for the opportunity. It was worth mentioning that this palace was indeed very big. After entering the side hall, Wang Mang saw many sealed rooms. These rooms seemed to have been in disrepair for a long time. While they were covered with dust, there were also many spider webs. Just as Wang Mang was about to push open one of the locked doors, he was surprised to find that this door was really no different from an ordinary door. Creak! The door of the dusty room was pushed open. What appeared in front of him was an extremely dark room. After slowly walking in, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that on an old wooden table, there was a square iron box the size of a palm. Wang Mang quickly walked forward and picked up the iron box. After looking at it for a while, he was about to open the iron box. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Detected the current situation of the host. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1. Choose to ignore the sealing magic box that seals the ancient demon. Mission time available upon selection. Mission reward, 1,000,000 energy points. Mission number 2, choose to open part of the ancient demon's sealing magic box that seals the ancient demon and let it possess your body to become a puppet. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 10,000,000 energy points. Best quality blind box, X1. Mission number 3. Choose to open part of the ancient demon's sealing magic box that seals the ancient demon and successfully resist the possession of the ancient demon. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 1,000,000,000 energy points. Immortal grade blind box, X1. Immortal grade treasure box, X1. Note, ancient demon, a Stage 6 powerhouse that was once sealed by a Stage 5 youth sovereign and was unable to kill. Chapter 620. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Good heavens! If it wasn't for the system's prompt mission, Wang Mang would definitely open it without hesitation. After all, this was human nature. Before opening the iron box, no one would know what was inside. In addition, this iron box also prohibited all probing with divine sense, so there was no way to see what was inside. Who would have thought that an unkillable 6-stage existence was sealed in a small iron box? Oh, it couldn't be considered as one. It should be a part of it. But it was a 6-stage existence. To be honest, even Wang Mang didn't know that in the journey to the West world, what level had this 6-stage existence reached? However, Wang Mang guessed that even a sage-level existence probably hadn't reached 6th stage. This wasn't a groundless rumor. An early-stage 5th-stage existence was already at the Daluo level. There were 3 major realms in the 5th stage. Therefore, Wang Mang's guess was based on facts. As for the 3rd mission, the reward was the most generous. If he could withstand the ancient demon's possession, he would be able to obtain 1,000,000,000 energy points. But could Wang Mang really withstand it? To be honest, Wang Mang didn't have confidence in himself. Moreover, even if he had confidence in himself, he would definitely not joke around with his life. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't hesitate and said in his heart, "System, I choose the 1st mission." Obviously, Wang Mang chose to be a freeloader again. Actually, there was no need to choose at all. Unless Wang Mang was really stupid, he wouldn't use his life to obtain 1,000,000,000 energy points. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission completed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 1,000,000 energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's forehead was dripping with sweat as he prepared to put down the iron box in his hand. But at this moment, an angry roar came from behind him. "Put down the treasure, otherwise you will be killed on the spot." This sudden voice gave Wang Mang a shock. When he looked over, he saw an old man with half a head of white hair standing at the door of the room. The aura on his body was extremely powerful. Just the aura alone made Wang Mang feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was a peak immortal emperor-level existence. This was simply out of Wang Mang's expectations. This old man, with his strength, actually didn't enter the depths of the main hall, but ran to the side hall. Wang Mang roughly guessed this fellow's thoughts after making some guesses. Most likely, he felt that he wouldn't be able to compete with the experts in the depths of the main hall. On top of that, he was feeling a little guilty, so he chose to come to the side hall to pick up some scraps. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was filled with disdain. On the surface, Wang Mang said respectfully, "Greetings, senior." Even though Enlon was also displeased with this old man, he still had a respectful look on his face. If he could beat him, he would have already started talking to him. After seeing Wang Mang and Enlan's attitude, the old man who was ready to fight at any time suddenly smiled. He liked this kind of little fellow who knew how to adapt to circumstances. That's right. If I had your awareness back then, I would have broken through to the sage emperor level long ago. The old man, who walked over with his hands behind his back, glanced at Wang Mang with a face full of admiration. He came up and took the box. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and flattered him. "Senior, you are now a peak immortal emperor. Isn't it easy for you to break through to the sage emperor level?" After hearing Wang Mang's flattery, the old man nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, you two can get out of here. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things difficult for you." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately sneered in his heart. However, he looked eager and begged, "Senior, I also want to broaden my horizons. Why don't you open it and let me see what kind of treasure it is?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows. After glancing at Wang Mang, he said in a good mood, "Okay, I'll let you see it." Hearing this, Wang Mang had already retreated a distance without batting an eyelid. This scene made the old man extremely satisfied, although Wang Mang's strength was not eye-catching in his eyes. But he was too close, so he was still vigilant. However, what he did not know was that the reason why Wang Mang was so far away was because he already knew what was in the iron box. As for why Wang Mang asked the old man to open it, naturally, it was because he wanted to trick the old man. "I'll open it and take a look." As he spoke, the old man slowly opened the iron box in his hand. Crack! When the old man opened the iron box, Wang Mang saw black gas that covered the sky instantly rush out of the iron box. Then, this terrifying black gas instantly went into the old man's ears, nose, and mouth. At the same time, the old man knelt on the ground in pain and let out a shrill scream. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang and Enlon were stunned. Then, Wang Mang immediately rushed out of the door. Seeing this scene, Enlon immediately followed behind. Obviously, she was also quite frightened. At the same time, the old man in the room had a strange and indifferent expression, as if the one who was screaming in pain was not him. His eyes were surging with black gas. "This body is too weak. This won't do. I have to change my body." After the old man sized up his body for a moment, a hoarse voice sounded. However, the current him was no longer the original him. On the other side, Wang Mang, who had already escaped far away from the room, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was too damn terrifying. That black gas was too powerful. Compared to the pressure given by the Emperor God, it made Wang Mang feel even more terrified. At the same time, Wang Mang also felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he did not open the iron box. Otherwise, Wang Mang felt that he would definitely die. After all, he was an old man at the peak of the Emperor God realm. And the result? Instantly, the black gas invaded his body. He did not even know if he had been possessed. "My lord, that gas is too terrifying. It's even more terrifying than the Emperor God. Fortunately, my lord, you did not choose to open the iron box. Otherwise, at this time, Enlon also had a look of lingering fear on his face. Hearing this, Wang Mang's face was full of helplessness. Then, Wang Mang quickly left the side palace. He rushed to the other side palace. The left side palace was too dangerous. The right side palace was safer. After arriving at the right side palace, Wang Mang quickly found a single room that had not been opened. After pondering for a moment, Wang Mang could not help but reach out and push open the door. The room was also covered with dust. However, what made Wang Mang's hair stand on end was, in the middle of the room, there was a table that was almost rotten. There was also an iron box that was the same as the last time. At this time, a hoarse laugh suddenly came from behind Wang Mang. "Little guy, go and help me open this iron box." Wang Mang suddenly trembled. He turned around and saw the old man, who had half a head of white hair, because of him. At this moment, the old man with a strange expression was looking at him with a strange smile. Chapter 6:21. After seeing the old man, Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb. Moreover, Wang Mang could clearly feel that the old man's aura was completely different from before. Wang Mang felt an evil aura from him. Even his strength was fluctuating between strong and weak. He was vaguely at the early stage of Saint Emperor. Of course, it would be fine if it was just a slight increase in strength. But the problem was that the old man was forcing him to open the same magic box. If he was not wrong, there was definitely a part of the ancient demons sealed in this magic box. If he ended up in the same situation as this old man, then he would really cry himself to death. Therefore, Wang Mang would definitely not open this magic box. But the problem was how to deal with this guy. In addition, Wang Mang knew that this old man was not the original old man. He had definitely been possessed. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Senior, why are you here?" Hearing this, the old man with a strange expression smiled strangely and said, "I asked you to open it. Don't force me to do it." At this moment, just as Wang Mang was feeling bitter in his heart, a sound of footsteps came from afar. Then Wang Mang saw a young man in a black robe walking towards him slowly. What made Wang Mang's heart sink even more was that this young and handsome man's aura was particularly strong. His aura was not weaker than that of a peak immortal emperor. Besides that, this black-robed man also gave Wang Mang a familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After walking up, the black-robed young man glanced at the old man and walked into the room expressionlessly. Obviously, the old man who made Wang Mang feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy whose strength had reached the Saint Emperor level was not taken seriously by him. After walking into the room, the black-robed young man obviously also saw the iron box on the dark table. His eyes lit up, and the black-robed young man was about to walk up to it. This scene immediately made the possessed old man furious. He immediately shouted angrily, "I'll give you a chance to get out of my sight immediately." Hearing this, the black-robed young man was instantly stunned and felt extremely surprised. Then he glanced at the old man with a face full of disdain and said coldly, "Do you think you can suppress me with your strength as an early Saint Emperor?" Hearing this, the strange old man said coldly, "I told you to scram. I don't want to repeat myself." The young black-robed man's face instantly darkened. Then Wang Mang saw the young man take out a black mask and put it on his face. In the next moment, the black-robed young man's presence skyrocketed to early Saint Emperor. He coldly stared at the strange old man and indifferently said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly." Seeing this scene, how could Wang Mang not know that this guy had crossed over to snatch his immortal emperor mask back then? He had obtained the Devil Emperor mask. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. His strength was already at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm. However, his aura was no weaker than a Saint Emperor's. Moreover, he was a peerless genius. Now, with the support of the Devil Emperor mask, his battle prowess instantly skyrocketed to the level of a Saint Emperor. Moreover, this guy's strength was not at the early stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Judging from his aura, Wang Mang guessed that under the support of the Devil Emperor mask, this guy's battle prowess was at least at the middle stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel envious. If he had such strength, he would definitely be more pretentious than this guy. Of course, seeing this strange old man distracted his attention. Furthermore, the two of them were at each other's throats. It was a scene of mutual hostility. Wang Mang immediately seized the opportunity to retreat. This was because Wang Mang knew that this old man had been possessed by the ancient demon. Both of them were not simple. It was hard to say who would win. Very good. Junior, since you don't want to leave, I'll send you off. What surprised Wang Mang even more was that the black-robed young man's battle prowess was at the 4th level of the Saint Emperor realm. This possessed old man was also very stubborn. His tone was filled with killing intent. You think you're worthy? The one who will kill you is Luo Mo. The black-robed young man smiled coldly and immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the strange old man. He raised his hand and slapped out a terrifying palm. However, this strange old man seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He turned around and slapped out as well. Bang! An earth-shattering loud sound was heard. The terrifying air wave instantly sent Wang Mang flying dozens of meters away. Similarly, Anlan was no exception. He was sent flying by the terrifying aura. However, this was the result that Wang Mang wanted. He could also take the opportunity to slip away. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to send Wang Mang and Anlan flying so far away with just the aftershock of the battle. At the same time, after seeing the two of them engaged in a fierce battle, Wang Mang was even more shocked. This was because this possessed old man was not simple. He was only at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, but his battle prowess was not inferior to Mo Luo, who was at the 4th level of the Saint Emperor realm. At this moment, another white figure appeared. After this white figure rushed over, he joined the battle without hesitation. His target was also the strange old man. When he saw this white figure clearly, Wang Mang's heart sank. This guy was not just anyone. Although Wang Mang did not know him, Wang Mang was very familiar with the God Emperor's mask on his face. This young white figure was obviously the owner of the God Emperor's mask. Let's go. Wang Mang did not hesitate. He called out to Anlan and quickly left. This time, Wang Mang did not choose to run back to the left side palace. Instead, he continued to look for single rooms that had not been opened in the right side palace. After opening a few more single rooms, Wang Mang was disappointed that he did not find anything good. However, just as Wang Mang continued to look for single rooms, suddenly, he could not help but see a middle-aged man in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm open a single room. Originally, the door was opened. Wang Mang did not intend to snatch it when he passed by. However, when this guy opened the single room, the immortal chi that rushed to his face stunned Wang Mang. When he saw the scene in the room, Wang Mang could not help but be jealous. This was because this spacious single room was filled with immortal stones. There were piles of immortal stones that were almost 3 to 4 meters high. There were more than a dozen piles. Similarly, the middle-aged man in the middle stage of the immortal emperor realm who opened the door was also shocked by the scene in front of him. This was because he would never have dreamed that there would be piles of immortal stones in this room. Chapter 622. Wang Mang estimated that there were at least tens of millions of celestial stones in this room. Of course, Wang Mang didn't know the exact number. But at this time, before Wang Mang could make a move, Anlan made a move first. Anlan took advantage of the guy's stupor to hit him with his palm. When the middle-aged man came back to his senses, he hurriedly raised his hand and hit Anlan with his palm. Bang! After the palm hit him, the middle-aged man staggered back a few meters before he could stabilize himself. Similarly, the middle-aged man looked at Anlan with a face full of anger. Obviously, he didn't expect Anlan, a middle-stage immortal emperor, to attack him sneakily. You're courting death. After roaring angrily, the middle-aged man rushed toward Anlan crazily. Seeing this scene, Anlan immediately sneered and charged forward without showing any signs of weakness. At the same time, Anlan hurriedly said, "Master, go in quickly." Hearing this, Wang Mang naturally understood and rushed into the room immediately. After that, Wang Mang put all the celestial stones in the room into his storage space. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. It was not difficult to see. Wang Mang was very fast in collecting the benefits. After collecting the benefits, Wang Mang walked out of the room and saw that the two guys were still fighting. However, Wang Mang could tell at a glance that this middle-aged man was at the fourth heaven of the immortal emperor realm. In fact, his strength was no match for Enlon. He was almost completely suppressed. If the battle dragged on, he would definitely lose. Seeing that Wang Mang had already come out of the room, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll remember you." After that, the middle-aged man hit Enlon with his palm again, and then quickly retreated. Seeing this, Enlon smiled disdainfully and said coldly, I can suppress you with one hand. Go back and cultivate for another 108,000 years. You're not worthy of fighting with me, Enlon." After saying that, Enlon put on an unfathomable and unrivaled appearance. It could be said that he was extremely pretentious. Regarding this, Wang Mang was somewhat speechless. This guy simply couldn't stop showing off to those who couldn't beat him. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man who had his treasure snatched away gnashed his teeth in anger, and without another word, he turned around and left. That was because even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to defeat Enlon, and the benefits had already been taken by Wang Mang. He could only go and seek benefits. Unless he had the ability to defeat Enlon, only then would he be able to make Wang Mang spit out these celestial stones. After seeing this guy leave, Wang Mang's mood became even better. His harvest from this trip to the Supreme Being's tomb was much greater than he had imagined. After returning this time, Wang Mang felt that he could definitely reach Tier 5. But at this moment, the dignified voice sounded again in the hall. "The time for obtaining the last fortune has ended. If anyone wants to leave, all you have to do is shout, 'Leave.' In addition, you can also choose to participate in the selection of my inheritor." After hearing this voice, Wang Mang was instantly stunned. At the same time, Wang Mang immediately felt that he was once again suppressed by a terrifying power to the point that he couldn't move. Not only Wang Mang, but Enlon was also the same. Or rather, everyone in the entire Supreme Being's tomb was the same. But what made Wang Mang feel conflicted was, how fierce would the competition to become the Supreme Being's inheritor be? Just as Wang Mang was hesitating and conflicted, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose to ignore the inheritor of the Supreme Being. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 1 million energy points. Mission 2. Choose to face the inheritor of the Supreme Being and die a tragic death. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward. What reward do you want after dying a tragic death? Mission 3. Choose to face the inheritor of the Supreme Being and kill all the competitors for the inheritance to become the Supreme Being's inheritor. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 1,500,000,000 energy points. Immortal level blind box X3. Immortal level treasure chest X3. After listening to the mission issued by the system, Wang Mang was once again stunned, but this also made Wang Mang not feel conflicted anymore. The difficulty of these 3 missions was clear at a glance. Mission 1, free. Mission 2, death. No reward. Mission 3, the reward was too generous, but the difficulty was also very high. He actually had to kill all the competitors to become the Supreme Being's inheritor, but there were Emperor God level experts among them. Moreover, Wang Mang still didn't know what kind of treasures these Emperor God level experts had obtained. The The difficulty of this was imaginable. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't even need to think about it to know that this was an impossible mission. Unless Wang Mang went crazy or directly activated the wrath of the deities and demons. At this point, Wang Mang couldn't help but say in his heart, "System, I choose mission 1. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 million energy points." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded to himself. It seemed that the system still didn't want him to die. Otherwise, Wang Mang might really choose to participate in the competition to become the Supreme Being's inheritor. After choosing the mission, Wang Mang turned to Enlon and said, "Let's go." After saying that, Wang Mang shouted to the sky, "I choose to leave." As soon as he said that, Wang Mang's vision turned black, and he felt that the surrounding sky was distorted. When he reappeared, Wang Mang found that he had already arrived at the bank of the river where the Supreme Being's tomb was. Obviously, Wang Mang had already left the Supreme Being's tomb. Not long after, there was another figure not far away. This figure was none other than Enlon, who had left the Supreme Being's tomb. "My lord." Enlon walked over. Wang Mang nodded slightly. Then, after thinking for a while, he said, Let's go back." After saying that, Wang Mang left without looking back, because he already knew about the Supreme Being's inheritor, how cruel the competition was. Therefore, Wang Mang had basically given up on this Supreme Being's inheritor. On the contrary, Wang Mang couldn't wait to go back and sort out his gains. 2 hours later, Wang Mang successfully returned to Greenwood City, in the East City. After returning to the eastern part of the city, Wang Mang sent Enlon away and returned to his own residence. After arriving at the mansion, Wang Mang went to the place where he was in seclusion and then said impatiently, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage-to-be, General Long Wei. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Cultivation, 33,000 years, 9th heaven of Immortal Prime. Body shape, 5,900 HP, 5,900 energy, 636 meters long, 31 meters wide, 8 million tons weight, ordinary divine powers. God-controlling seal, void hand, void blade, void escape, one step in the world, shape-shifting. Top divine powers. 3 lives Supreme Buddha, small success, Hongjun 3 corpses, none, wrath of gods and demons perfection. Space. Rank 5 pill recipe X1, one-time top bad luck card X1, blood recovery pill X1, vitality recovery pill X1, forgotten love water X1, immortal level blind box X1, immortal level treasure chest X1, immortal stones X45 million. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, high level world X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor's mask. Luck 299 flood of fortune. Energy 95 million/200 million. Chapter 623. After reading the personal information, Wang Mang secretly nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Very good. If he hadn't participated in the Supreme Being's tomb this time, he really didn't know when he would be able to accumulate such a strong capital, because just the benefits that Wang Mang obtained from entering the Supreme Being's tomb this time were already incalculable. If he hadn't used the wrath of the gods and demons and deducted 60 million energy value, he probably had enough energy value to advance to the 5th stage now. Of course, even so, Wang Mang had accumulated a lot of energy value. Moreover, before leaving the Supreme Being's tomb, he even got 45 million immortal stones. He had to admit that this was very satisfying. Then, Wang Mang said in his heart without hesitation, "System, exchange the immortal stones for energy value." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Ding. Congratulations. Host. Exchange successful. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Obtained 45 million energy value." After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly in a good mood. In this way, his current accumulated energy value had reached 140 million. With such a huge accumulation, he only needed to work a little harder, and he would be able to get the qualifications to advance to the 5th stage. Although he didn't know what else was needed to advance to the 5th stage other than a huge amount of energy value. However, once he advanced to the 5th stage, Wang Mang's strength would definitely skyrocket again. Don't forget, right now, Wang Mang already possessed the qualifications to become a rank 5 exceptional genius. This capital was the Immortal Emperor's mask. With this mask, Wang Mang was destined to be extraordinary among the 5th stage. In the future, Wang Mang, would also be a 5th stage legendary genius. At this point, Wang Mang couldn't help but secretly feel that it was a pity, because he had miscalculated something. Back then, he should have chosen to participate in the competition for the Supreme Being's inheritor. Even if it was to become the only inheritor, he wouldn't hesitate to pay a huge price. Because, not to mention the other benefits of becoming the Supreme Being's inheritor, these super powerhouses' corpses could also restore a portion of his blood. In addition, he might not lose out on the reward of 1 billion energy value. Because the lower his cultivation level, the easier it would be for him to improve. For example, if he used Demon God's Wrath, his realm would drop to the 3rd or 2nd step. Then, with his 1 billion energy value, it wouldn't be difficult for him to raise it back. This was because the lower one's realm, the less resources they would need to raise their cultivation. After thinking about this, Wang Mang was filled with regret. At that time, he had only thought that he might suffer a loss if he used the wrath of the demon god without limit. However, he had never seriously considered this crucial question. It could be said that the fiercer he was, the more he would earn. On the contrary, he had used the fiend god's wrath to raise his cultivation by a few minor levels, which was the greatest loss. Moreover, the previous inheritor of the Supreme Being still had the 1 billion energy points that the system had given him as a backup. After thinking about this, Wang Mang really wanted to slap himself. F***CK. I've miscalculated. What a miscalculation. Now that he had completely calmed down and sorted out his thoughts, Wang Mang was filled with regret. However, thinking about the harvest this time, Wang Mang felt slightly better. Now, he only needed to think of a way to gather the last 60 million energy value. This way, he would be able to complete the basic requirements to advance to stage 5. Thinking about the 2 treasure chests he still had, Wang Mang pondered for a moment and made a decision. He would open these 2 items first and see how much energy he needed to gather to reach 200 million. With that thought, Wang Mang said happily, "System, open the immortal treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the immortal treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 2 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 11 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 5 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 2 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained Princess Iron Fan's original underwear." Ding. "Congratulations, host, successfully obtained stage 5 female peerless prodigy of the Sacred Emperor Continent, Phoenix's original underwear." Ding. Congratulations! Host successfully obtained a Stage 5 Powerhouse's random summon card. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained a random lottery ticket X1. Awesome! Awesome! After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. As expected, the immortal treasure chest did not disappoint him. An immortal treasure chest gave him 20 million energy value, a Stage 5 Powerhouse's random summon card, a random lottery ticket X1. What else could Wang Mang say about such a good item? He could only say that this immortal treasure chest was really awesome. A Stage 5 Powerhouse's random summon card had arrived. It could be said that Wang Mang had definitely made a profit this time. Moreover, he was one step closer to gathering 200 million energy value. He only needed the last 40 million energy value. With that thought, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He said in his heart again, "System, open the immortal treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations! Host successfully opened the immortal treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! Host successfully obtained a spaceship modified by a human immortal powerhouse. What the F*CK? What the F*CK was this? Spaceship? What was so rare about it? After hearing the system's first lottery draw, Wang Mang was clearly panicking. Because Wang Mang understood the immortal treasure chest too well. If the first lottery draw was too long, then it would mean that this immortal treasure chest would definitely be too long. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood could no longer be good. Could it be that this immortal treasure chest was another useless dough? Just as Wang Mang was feeling puzzled, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations! Host obtained 1 million energy value. Good. Although it was a little less, it was a good sign. After hearing the second lottery draw, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he would open another fancy and useless trash. Fortunately, the second lottery draw had given him energy value. Although the amount was a little less, it was better than nothing. Furthermore, Wang Mang didn't have much hope for the immortal-grade blind box to begin with. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the cultivation notes of a heavenly immortal powerhouse. Good fellow! I'm F*King exclaiming. Good fellow! It's starting to be fancy again. Is a heavenly immortal worthy of being called a powerhouse? It's not even worthy of carrying my shoes, okay? What's the use of giving him the cultivation notes of a heavenly immortal? For a moment, Wang Mang was extremely depressed. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, you have. Chapter 6:24. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained 4 million energy value. Not bad. Wang Mang nodded slightly. In his opinion, this immortal level blind box was hopeless. If he could get a little energy value, it would be a little. Under Wang Mang's emotionless gaze, 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained a pair of Heavenly Court Fairies shoes. Damn, it was another useless piece of trash. Wang Mang didn't have the strength to curse. He had already chosen to lie flat and accept reality. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a broom from the Jinx. Good fellow, the Jinx's broom is here. No wonder I didn't get anything good from opening the immortal level blind box. Wang Mang couldn't help but curse in his heart. Not long after, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 2 million energy value. Not bad. Finally, he got some energy value again. Wang Mang's depressed mood slightly improved. 1 minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny-faced ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 3 million energy value. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood finally improved a lot. Although this immortal level blind box was quite deceptive, but at least he got 10 million energy value. This also allowed Wang Mang's accumulated energy value to finally break through 170 million. Now, he was only short of the last 30 million energy value. Wang Mang thought that this shouldn't be too difficult for him. Oh, right, there was still a random lottery. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said without hesitation, "System, let's use the random draw." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully used a random lottery ticket. Not long after, a huge compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind. After seeing the 9 prizes, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Because none of the 9 prizes were bad. The 9 prizes were as follows: frowny face, 900 million energy values, 90 million energy values, 20 million energy values, 5th stage supreme treasure, fragment of the creation jade butterfly, 6th grade supreme treasure, supreme crown, corpse of a peak stage 5 9-clawed golden dragon, 1 tier 6 powerhouse trial card, 10 million energy values. Thanks for your patronage. It could be said that as long as Wang Mang didn't get the thank you for your patronage prize, he would definitely make a profit. Don't forget, his random lottery ticket this time was obtained from an immortal treasure chest. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but look forward to it. Soon, under Wang Mang's anticipation, the lucky compass started to spin. Wang Mang's mood also became tense. Even though this random draw opportunity was a free one, it was still not enough. Wang Mang still hoped to get something good. After a minute, only then did the spinning speed of the fortune compass slow down. Wang Mang was extremely nervous. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained 10 million energy values. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but shake his head. However, he didn't complain too much. After all, the random lottery ticket this time was free too. To be able to obtain 10 million energy values was considered good for Wang Mang. Of course, this was just Wang Mang comforting himself. After all, among so many prizes, only the thank you for your participation prize was worse than his. Therefore, it was impossible for Wang Mang to say that he wasn't unhappy. Forget it. I'm just short of the last 20 million energy values. Isn't it easy for me? Wang Mang muttered to himself as he swept away all of his unhappiness. At the same time, Wang Mang was also thinking, how should he get the last 20 million energy values? After all, Wang Mang's current realm was right in front of the door of the 5th stage. He was just 1 step away. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Detected host's current situation. Host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing Greenwood City, North City Lord's position. Choose to ignore it. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission reward. 1 million energy values. Diamond treasure chest X1. Mission 2. Facing Greenwood City, North City Lord's position. Become North Deputy City Lord. Mission time. Available upon completion. Mission reward. 5 million energy values. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission 3. Facing Greenwood City, North City Lord's position. Become North City Lord's position. Mission time. available upon completion. Mission reward, 10 million energy values. Immortal level treasure, chest X1. Immortal level blind box X1. Note, if you want to become the North City Lord, your own strength must reach the 5th stage and obtain the support of the 5th stage powerhouses in Greenwood City. The one who receives the most support will become the North City Lord. After listening to the mission issued by the system, Wang Mang was stunned, feeling very surprised. Good fellow! He really had a pillow after dozing off. However, the choice of mission more or less made Wang Mang feel a little troubled. This was because the battle for the North City Lord was not simple if nothing unexpected happened. The Vice City Lords of the 3 Great City Lords would all participate in the competition. Just based on what Wang Mang knew, there was a strong opponent. East Vice City Lord, Holy Lord. This fellow's strength was not any weaker than in Land's. It could be said that he was the biggest competitor. Other than that, there was also South Vice City Lord and West Vice City Lord. West Vice City Lord was not worth mentioning. His strength had only just broken through to the 5th stage. However, South Vice City Lord's strength was probably not weak either. He was definitely in existence at the middle stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately frowned. More importantly, if he wanted to obtain the position of the North City Lord, he would need to obtain the votes of enough Stage 5 powerhouses in Greenwood City. Moreover, Wang Mang definitely did not have many connections in Greenwood City. In comparison, he probably could not compare to the other participants. At most, he could only rope in the Chun family, which included Lan. Chun Kuan, this brat, already had a position in the Chun family. He could try to rope in the Chun family. However, it was still useless to rope in the Chun family. This was because Wang Mang knew that whether it was East Vice City Lord or the other participants, their connections in Greenwood City were definitely better than his. How long had Wang Mang been in Greenwood City? It had only been a little over a month. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt somewhat helpless. He had originally thought that this mission would not be difficult. Now it seemed that this mission's difficulty was not low either. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but say helplessly in his heart, "System, I choose mission 1. The next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 1 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained diamond treasure chest X1. Chapter 6:25. Obviously, Wang Mang chose to be a freeloader again. The reason was that the mission reward was too little. Moreover, it was only a deputy city lord. This was not very attractive to Wang Mang. Wang Mang secretly shook his head. He also felt a headache coming on. He only had one goal now, which was to gather the 200 million energy value needed to reach the 5th rank as soon as possible. After getting up and walking out of the seclusion area, Wang Mang had just arrived at the courtyard of the mansion when he met the old servant. "Greetings, General Dong Chung." The old servant said respectfully. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and said, "What happened in the past half a month?" Reporting to General Dong Chung. Not long ago, this old servant just received 4 million immortal stones from the stall at the back door of the Saint Emperor Academy. As the old servant spoke respectfully, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Wang Mang. Wang Mang was stunned at first, then his eyes lit up. Only then did he remember that half a month had passed. After receiving the storage bag with satisfaction, Wang Mang could not help but ask, "Old servant, where is the gate fee at the East Gate? Has it been handed in?" Hearing this, the old servant's face was filled with helplessness. Reporting to the General Jean Men, and General E Men, were in charge of collecting the gate fee. You didn't deal with them last time. Half a month later, after they collected the gate fee, they disappeared without a trace a few days ago. After hearing this, Wang Mang's face instantly darkened. This was his negligence. The main reason was that the Supreme Being's tomb appeared too quickly. Moreover, Wang Mang had just raised his strength and went to participate in the Supreme Being's tomb without stopping. It was because of this that Wang Mang neglected the problem of dealing with these two fellows. He did not expect that these two fellows would actually take his benefits and run away. However, Wang Mang also knew that this matter could not be blamed on the old servant. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. However, it was obviously impossible to just let it go like this. Wang Mang immediately ordered, "Go to the East City Gate and tell them that whoever kills the two generals of the Gold and Silver Gates who ran away will be the new Gold and Silver Guards." "As you command, great general." The old servant nodded respectfully before turning to leave. After the old servant left, Wang Mang felt a little lost, not knowing what to do. "Why don't you just go and snatch it? With the Demon Overlord mask, my strength will also be at the 5th stage. I can also snatch a wave of loot." This thought suddenly appeared in Wang Mang's mind. From Wang Mang's point of view, the fastest way to get rich was to rob. So where should I go to rob them? Should he rob the Sacred Emperor Continent's backyard? The backyard of the Sacred Emperor Continent was really rich. The amount of flowing water immortal stones produced every day was definitely not less than 10 million. If he could rob them all, the amount of wealth he would gain would not be small. However, the price of doing so was to offend the Saint Emperor Academy. If that's the case, Wang Mang might as well sell the stall at the back of the Saint Emperor Academy. In the end, Wang Mang still shook his head. It was not worth offending the Saint Emperor Academy for a little bit of profit. Therefore, if he really wanted to rob, going to the Saint Emperor Academy was not the best choice. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly set his sights on the Azure Wood City. Should he rob a landlord in the Azure Wood City? Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart skipped a beat. Wang Mang immediately began to have an idea, because there were definitely many first-rate factions in the Azure Wood City. In addition, these first-rate factions in the Azure Wood City must have participated in the Supreme Tomb. If there were first-rate factions that had suffered more losses, then Wang Mang could rob them of their wealth. The wealth of a first-rate faction was definitely not low. To be able to become a first-rate faction in the Azure Wood City and have been rooted there for so long, it was needless to say that they had accumulated a lot of wealth. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to summon Enlon in the depths of his mind. Of course, it was not safe for him to do it alone. It was better to call Enlon. At the same time, Wang Mang also wanted to find out which of the first-rate factions in the Eastern City had suffered great losses. After that, Wang Mang began to wander around the Eastern City, especially the first-rate factions. This went on for a few days. Wang Mang roughly understood the current situation of the Eastern City. Currently, there were 4 first-rate factions in the Eastern City. They were the Chun family, which had 3 mid-stage immortal emperors and 2 early-stage immortal emperors. Including Enlon, they had 6 stage 5 experts. This was obviously not a good choice to make a move. The Wang family had 3 mid-stage immortal emperors and 3 early-stage immortal emperors, a total of 6 stage 5 experts. Similarly, this was not his target. The third was the Sun family, which had 2 mid-stage immortal emperors and 1 early-stage immortal emperor, a total of 3 stage 5 experts. This was also not Wang Mang's target. This was because Wang Mang's target was the last faction. The last faction's target was the Yang family. At their peak, they had 8 immortal emperors and were fully deserving of being the top faction in the Eastern City. However, when facing the appearance of the Supreme Tomb, the Yang family sent 4 mid-stage immortal emperors and one late-stage immortal emperor. In the end, all of them died in the Supreme Tomb. Now, there were only 3 early-stage immortal emperors left, maintaining the dignity of the Yang family as the last faction. This was also the weakest faction among the 4 first-rate factions. From being one of the top factions in the Eastern City, it was now at the bottom. Now, this so-called top Yang family was already on the verge of collapse. It was precisely because of this that Wang Meng's final target was this so-called Yang family, because the Yang family's weakness was big, and they had suffered great losses. It was very suitable for Wang Meng to target. At this moment, footsteps could be heard. After raising his head to look, Wang Meng saw that Enlon had already walked over. After seeing Enlon, Wang Meng immediately smiled and said, "Enlon, you've come at the right time. I'm going to attack the Yang family tonight." Hearing this, Enlon immediately put his hands behind his back and smiled confidently. "Master, don't worry. With me, Enlon, here you will be safe." The reason why Enlon was so arrogant was that he had also digested the harvest in the Supreme Tomb. Now, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the 4th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm in half a month at most. It was precisely because of this that he was so confident in his words. Moreover, he knew about the Yang family. If it was half a month ago, he would definitely not dare to attack the Yang family, because half a month ago, the Yang family was too powerful. They had 8 immortal emperors. They even had late-stage immortal emperors. They were like the sun in the sky in the Eastern City. However, it was different now. The Yang family had already fallen. They had declined so much that they almost fell out of the first-rate faction. Because of this, Enlon naturally did not take the Yang family seriously. Hearing this, Wang Meng looked up at the sky and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go now." As he spoke, Wang Meng took out the golden immortal emperor mask and put it on his face. Then he took out a cloak and put it on his head. Similarly, Enlon did the same. He took advantage of the dark and windy night to set off. While on the way, Wang Meng was still a little nervous. After all, this was the first time he had done something so immoral and murderous. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission number 1, don't go too far. When you get more than 100 million immortal stones in the future, let the Yang family go. Mission time, you can obtain it upon completion. Mission reward, 1 million energy points. Elementary blind box, X1. Mission number 2, you can't stand firm without being ruthless. Rob the Yang family of all their wealth. Kill at least 90% of the Yang family. Mission time, you can obtain it upon completion. Mission reward, 15 million energy points. Immortal treasure, chest X1. Immortal blind box, X1. Mission number 3, if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again. Rob the Yang family of all their wealth. Destroy the entire Yang family. Mission time, you can obtain it upon completion. Mission reward, 20 million energy points. Immortal treasure chest X1. Immortal blind box X1. Chapter 626. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Meng was stunned. Good heavens! The system was even more ruthless than Wang Meng. Just from the difficulty of the mission and the rewards, it was obviously encouraging him to destroy the Yang family and to destroy the entire family, to eliminate the source of trouble. The system was even more ruthless than Wang Meng. Oh no, it should be even more ruthless than Wang Meng. At least Wang Meng was still a little hesitant. In the end, the system used benefits to encourage him to do so. Moreover, how could Wang Meng be the kind of person who would be blinded by money? Therefore, Wang Mang made his choice without hesitation. There was almost no need to consider the first mission. There was almost no need to consider the third mission. Although the reward for the third mission was more than the second mission. But the problem was that destroying the entire family was not just for show. If the conditions allowed, Wang Mang would of course want to destroy the entire family. But the problem was, what if someone from the Yang family was outside? Or what if someone from the Yang family was not in the family mansion during this period? Because of this, Wang Mang did not choose the third mission with the most reward. Although there was an extra 5 million energy points, Wang Mang might not be able to complete it, and the delay would be too long. Therefore, Wang Mang was more interested in the second mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the second mission." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully selected mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's guilt was finally not so strong. Of course, the real reason why Wang Mang's guilt was dispelled. It was because of the Yang family's vast wealth. He could tell from the first mission, the Yang family's foundation was very large, and they had over 100 million immortal stones. No, it could be even more. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang and Enlan continued on their way. Half an hour later, Wang Mang and Enlan had already arrived near the Yang clan's residence. The Yang family's residence was too imposing. It could be said that it was even more impressive than the East City Lord mansion. Outside the mansion, there were 2 immortal emperors guarding the door. After Wang Mang and Enlan looked at each other in the dark, they both soared into the sky. When they saw Wang Mang and Jian Wushuang approaching, their faces turned pale with fright. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the Yang clan? How dare you? How dare you?" Before the 2 of them could finish speaking, they sensed the terrifying auras around Wang Mang and Enlan. The 2 of them were so scared that their foreheads were dripping with sweat. They didn't even have time to think before they were killed on the spot. This was clearly the difference between a celestial venerable and a stage 5 powerhouse. In front of a stage 5 powerhouse, a celestial venerable was really not worth mentioning. At the same time, as soon as Wang Mang and Enlan rushed into the huge Yang family mansion, several angry shouts sounded. "Who is it? How dare you offend our Yang family? Bastard, do you really think there's no one in our Yang family?" As soon as the shouts ended, 3 figures soared into the sky. These 3 figures, without exception, were all white-haired old men. It was just that their strength was somewhat unbearable to look at. Without exception, the strength of these 3 old men was only at the early stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. 2 of them were at the 2nd heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, and 1 was at the 3rd heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. To be honest, such strength was indeed a little miserable. Compared to when they were at their peak, it was simply not worth mentioning. But it also made Wang Mang completely relieved. They were just 3 guys at the early stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. With such little strength, they couldn't make any waves at all. Similarly, when the 3 old men saw Wang Mang and Enlan, their expressions changed drastically. Although they didn't guess the identity of the 2, their auras were very powerful. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. Thinking of this, the 3 old men were in despair. They didn't understand why the patriarch took such a risk. In the end, he led all the elites of the Yang family into the Supreme Tomb and died one after another. This also led to the collapse of the powerful Yang family. Wasn't this? How long had it been? There were already stage 5 experts ready to make a move. The 2 of you, are you sure you want to make a move on the Yang family? Our Yang family had a sage emperor realm ancestor in the past. Now, the ancestor is still alive. At this time, an old man at the second heaven of the immortal emperor realm warned with an ugly expression. Hearing this, Wang Mang was shocked. He really didn't expect that the Yang family had once had a sage emperor realm expert. However, Wang Mang quickly thought of the key point. This ancestor probably hadn't appeared for a long time. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was immediately relieved and was about to speak. At this time, Anlan snorted coldly and said in a disdainful tone, "So, what if he's a sage emperor? If he dares to come, I'll suppress him with one hand." Obviously, Anlan also thought of this. Therefore, bragging was not false at all. Hearing Anlan's bragging, Wang Mang was really shocked. He was deeply afraid that Anlan would get addicted to bragging and reveal his identity. Therefore, Wang Mang waved his hand and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense with them. Kill them." Hearing this, Anlan, who was about to continue bragging, was stunned. Then he took a step forward and his aura skyrocketed. He directly attacked. Similarly, Wang Mang's aura surged violently. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of golden shadows appeared behind him. This was obviously the Emperor's Shadow Army with the immortal Emperor mask. Wang Mang ordered coldly, "Go, kill everyone in the Yang family." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the next moment, the tens of thousands of golden shadows rushed out and swarmed into the Yang family. At this moment, the two old men at the second heaven of the Yang family, who were being suppressed by Anlan to the point that they couldn't fight back at all, were furious. They didn't expect Wang Mang to be so ruthless. Obviously, he wanted to completely destroy the Yang family. Moreover, he didn't even intend to let the weak cultivators of the Yang family go. Be *starred. You're worse than pigs and dogs. We'll fight it out with you. In their anger, the two old men at the second heaven of the immortal emperor went completely mad. Unfortunately, it was useless to be angry because the gap between their strength and Anlan's was too big. Moreover, as Anlan attacked, they were surrounded by perils and were battered and exhausted. Similarly, the remaining old man at the first heaven of the immortal emperor looked at Wang Mang with bloodshot eyes. "I'm going to kill you." He roared angrily and rushed toward Wang Mang. In a frenzy, he threw out a few palms, and a vast amount of dermic power came whistling toward him. Seeing this, Wang Mang instantly sneered. Facing the old man at the first heaven of the immortal emperor who was rushing toward him, he immediately formed a seal with both hands and used the Blade of the Void. In the next moment, countless Blade of the Void condensed around Wang Mang. Tens of thousands of arrows shot out at the same time, causing the surroundings to change color. Bang, bang, bang. Puchi, Puchi. The old man from the Yang family tried to block Wang Mang's superpower. However, the dermic power boundary that he condensed could not block Wang Mang's superpower, the Blade of the Void. Not only that, the Blade of the Void easily pierced through the dermic power boundary and left terrifying injuries on his body. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The old man in a white robe was covered in blood, and his body was full of holes. "I'll send you to hell, almighty dragon of heaven." At this moment, Wang Mang roared angrily. Lightning surged around him, and he threw out a palm strike. A 1,000-meter-long thunder dragon came whistling toward him with bared fangs and brandished claws. In the next moment, rumble, an earth-shattering sound, was heard. The 1,000-meter-long thunder dragon that swept out was extremely powerful. The old man had nowhere to hide and was instantly blasted into a bloody mist by the 1,000-meter-long thunder dragon. Obviously, the old man at the first heaven of the immortal emperor realm could not even withstand 3 moves from Wang Mang. Chapter 6, 27. As for why Wang Mang was so powerful, because Wang Mang's strength was very terrifying. His cultivation base was at the peak of the fourth stage, Immortal Venerable. With the support of the Immortal Emperor Mask, his combat strength reached the peak of the second stage, Immortal Emperor. With such strength, killing an old thing who was lucky enough to break through to the fifth stage was simply too easy. Just as Wang Mang was in high spirits, two more screams came from afar. When Wang Mang turned his head to look, he saw that one of the old men had been killed by An Lan. The other old man was also seriously injured by An Lan and was on the verge of death. Obviously, Wang Mang's thunderous methods had easily killed an immortal emperor old man. However, An Lan was also not weak, and he fought against two alone, as expected of an existence that was very close to being a peerless genius. Just as Wang Mang was sighing, miserable screams came from the Yang family mansion below. Looking down, he saw that the Yang family cultivators wanted to escape, but without exception, they were all killed by Wang Mang's Emperor's Shadow Corps. These people could be said to have no way out. In a short period of time, blood flowed like a river. Regarding this, Wang Mang originally thought that he would be a little sympathetic or merciful. However, Wang Mang overestimated himself. Even if he saw fresh lives die in front of him, Wang Mang found that he was also cold-blooded without a trace of emotion, and could not even arouse his emotions. This also made Wang Mang come back to his senses. It turned out that he had unknowingly adapted to the law of the jungle. In fact, he was even more cold-blooded and heartless than he had imagined. However, Wang Mang did not forget his ultimate goal. That was to plunder and obtain the foundation and wealth that belonged to the Yang family. Therefore, Wang Mang descended from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. At this time, coincidentally, a fourth stage, Immortal Venerable Thin Man, who had been hiding for a long time, was discovered by the Emperor's Shadow Corps and immediately chose to escape. Moreover, the direction in which he fled was exactly where Wang Mang was. Wang Mang directly used his aura to lock onto this fourth stage, Immortal Venerable Thin Man. After seeing Wang Mang take action, the Emperor's Shadow Corps immediately began to look for other targets. It had to be mentioned. This was the so-called Qi activity. In fact, it was a kind of pressure. Experts naturally had a kind of pressure from experts. When faced with a weak existence, once this pressure was unleashed, it would at best cause the latter to be unable to move, and at worst, it could even cause the other party to explode and die on the spot. Of course, it wasn't easy to make the other party explode. The difference in strength between the two parties had to be huge. For an early-stage immortal emperor like Wang Mang, it was basically impossible for him to kill his opponent with just his aura alone. However, Wang Mang's pressure made the other party unable to move. The feeling of facing a mountain was still achievable. At this moment, after locking onto the other party with his aura, Wang Mang indifferently waved his hand and said, "Come here or die." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the thin middle-aged man secretly felt bitter in his heart. However, he didn't dare to resist at all. He could only brace himself in fear, come in front of Wang Mang, and say in a trembling voice, Sir, what can I do for you?" Wang Mang asked indifferently, "Where is the Yang family's wealth hidden? If you tell me, you can live. If you don't, you can die." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the thin man immediately said in despair, "Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that this kind of thing is only known to the fifth stage Supreme Elders. Even we don't have the right to know." Hearing this, Wang Mang's voice gradually became cold. "It seems that you want to die." The thin, middle-aged man trembled all over and felt his scalp go numb. He had already felt Wang Mang's killing intent towards him. In despair, he hurriedly said anxiously, "Senior, please wait." Although this lowly one doesn't know this information, I know that someone must know. Oh, Wang Mang was surprised, and then asked indifferently, Who? Hurry up and tell me. The thin, middle-aged man stammered in fear. Senior, the Yang family's young master must know. Tell your subordinates to stop first. Otherwise, if the Yang family's young master dies, no one will know. Hearing this, Wang Mang said coldly, Very good. You better not play with me, or I'll make you wish you were dead. After saying this, Wang Mang immediately waved his hand and ordered, All of you, stop. Guard the entire Yang family. Don't let anyone escape. Hearing this, the Emperor's shadow army that was still crazily slaughtering stopped. Soon after, the Emperor's shadow corps soared into the sky and surrounded the Yang family so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang secretly nodded in satisfaction. The Emperor's shadow army was like an extension of his arm, completely obeying his orders. It could be said that this was the most loyal subordinate. In addition, they could not be killed, nor would they betray him. They would only carry out his orders. Of course, Wang Mang did not doubt it at all. If the immortal emperor's mask was in the hands of others, under the orders of the owner of the immortal emperor's mask, the Emperor's shadow army would not hesitate to attack him. However, the immortal emperor's mask had already been obtained by Wang Mang. Naturally, it was impossible for others to take it away from him. Go, find your so-called Yang family's young master for me, Wang Mang said indifferently. Hearing this, the thin man nodded in fear and immediately began to search in the crowd. Not long after, the thin man excitedly rushed towards Wang Mang. He pointed at a young man in the crowd and said excitedly, Senior, he is the Yang family's young master. Hearing this, Wang Mang looked sideways and found a young handsome man in the crowd, looking at him with hatred. Not only that, this young man's cultivation realm was not weak either. He had actually reached the late 4th stage of the immortal venerable realm. Go, capture him for me. Wang Mang shouted coldly. In the next moment, 2 golden armored soldiers of the Emperor's shadow army quickly subdued the young man and pressed him in front of Wang Mang. Yang Wei, you cowardly beast! How dare you betray the Yang family? The Yang family's ancestor will not let you go. After saying that, the young man sneered and looked at Wang Mang with resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, You want to know the wealth of our Yang family? You are simply dreaming. If it weren't for our Yang family's heavy losses, how dare you, a person who hides his head and shows his tail, offend our Yang family? Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. Seeing the other party's unyielding face, he was stunned. He did not expect the other party to be so unyielding. As expected, he was the future patriarch of the Yang family. However, Wang Mang had many methods to deal with such a person. Moreover, Wang Mang was confident that his method could make any stubborn person talk. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said indifferently, Are you sure you don't want to talk? Hearing this, the young man looked at Wang Mang with resentment and said in a determined tone, Even if I, Yang Jingzi, die here today, I will never tell you anything. Chapter 628. Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed and said coldly, Good, good, good. I'll fulfill your wish. I'll cut you into pieces every day. You've reached stage 4 anyway, so you won't die. It'll be enough torture for a long time. I'll make you beg for death. Don't worry. I have many ways to torture people. I'd like to see how hard your bones are. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yang Jingzi, who was originally very stubborn, suddenly changed his expression. He was not afraid of death, but if it was torture, he would definitely not be able to endure it. Not to mention endless torture. This was especially so when he thought about how Wang Mang used all sorts of torturous methods that made him wish he was dead. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb, and he felt his heart tremble. In the next moment, Yang Jing's expression became resolute, and he was ready to explode on the spot. However, Wang Mang had clearly guessed the other party's thoughts. He immediately unleashed his aura, instantly locking onto this fellow. Then Wang Mang couldn't help but sneer. "What? Scared? You want to explode now? It's too late. You don't even have the chance to die in front of me." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yang Jingza finally panicked. He looked at Wang Mang with a face full of anger and gritted his teeth. "Kill me if you can." Wang Mang's lips curled up slightly, and he pointed with his finger, saying indifferently, "You, go get me some feces to feed him." Wang Mang's words immediately caused the middle-aged man to be stunned. He never thought that Wang Mang would humiliate the young master of the Yang family. As expected, when he heard that Wang Mang wanted to feed him feces, Yang Jingza completely panicked. As the saying goes, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. But Wang Mang wanted to humiliate him, and he even wanted to torture him. In his panic, he couldn't help but say with grief and indignation, "Stop. I'll talk. But you have to swear that you won't kill me." Seeing that the other party had given in, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. That's right. I agree to your conditions. As long as you tell me the location of the Yang family's hidden treasure, I will naturally let you go." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yang Jingza felt a lot better. But at this time, a burst of angry curses came from the Yang family crowd in the distance. "Yang Jingza, you're a coward. You don't deserve to be the young master of the Yang family. That's right, you cowardly bastard. How dare you betray the Yang family and drag out an ignoble existence? Are you worthy of the Yang family? Bastard, he was worse than a pig or a dog. Yang Jingza, I won't let you off." For a moment, these Yang family members were all enraged and cursed at Yang Jingza. It could be said that all kinds of nasty words had been spat out. This caused Yang Jingza's expression to turn extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang frowned slightly and was about to order the Emperor's Shadow Corps to kill. At this time, Yang Jingza suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, come with me." After saying that, Yang Jingza walked towards the depths of the Yang family mansion. Wang Mang immediately nodded in satisfaction. He liked this kind of person who knew how to adapt to circumstances. Soon, under Yang Jingza's lead, Wang Mang and Enlon came to an inconspicuous storeroom. This room looked like it was used to store sundries. But after walking into this storeroom, under Wang Mang's surprised gaze, Yang Jingza opened a secret compartment. The next moment, Kachuk, the secret passageway appeared. An underground passageway appeared in front of Wang Mang's eyes. After seeing this passageway, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. When this underground passageway appeared, Wang Mang could feel that the immortal qi coming from it was very dense. This proved that there were definitely many good things under this passageway. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately pushed Yang Jingza and said coldly, "Lead the way." Yang Jingza immediately walked into the underground passageway, sullenly. After entering the underground passageway, Wang Mang saw a scene that shocked him greatly. This was a huge storage area, and there were many things placed there. There were weapons and treasures, as well as mountains of immortal stones, and even many pills. In addition, there were pill formulas, pill furnaces, as well as various talismans, and so on. This young family is too rich. At this moment, Enlan's shocked exclamation came from behind. Obviously, he had just entered and was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Just the mountains of immortal stones alone were several times more than the number of immortal stones found in the Supreme Being's tomb last time. Wang Mang was also not much better. Although he had long been prepared and knew that the Yang family's foundation was very rich, But looking at the mountains of immortal stones, Wang Mang still felt extremely shocked. In the next moment, Wang Mang couldn't help but take the lead and put away the immortal stones first. Just as Wang Mang was about to continue collecting the rest of the things, Anlan walked over. But Anlan walked up and hurriedly said, "Lord, give these talisman papers to me." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he nodded. There were all kinds of talismans among these talismans, most of which were fifth-stage talismans. They should be very valuable. But since it was the first time Anlan had asked him, Wang Mang couldn't refuse, right? Moreover, Wang Mang knew that Anlan also needed a lot of resources for his cultivation. Thinking of this, Wang Mang simply waved his hand and said, "Take these things with you. You also need a lot of resources for your cultivation. I'll just take immortal stones." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Anlan smiled and said, "Thank you, my lord." After saying that, Anlan unceremoniously put away the rest of the things in the storage room. Moreover, Anlan was not inferior to Wang Mang in the slightest. He took away all the things that might be treasures in the entire basement. Half an hour later, after Wang Mang and Anlan confirmed that there were no other treasures in the basement, only then did Wang Mang carry Yang Jingze with satisfaction and leave the underground passage with Anlan. After returning to the Yang family mansion, Wang Mang ordered, "Kill all these people from the Yang family." As soon as Wang Mang finished speaking, the members of the Emperor's Shadow Corps once again attacked the Yang family. For a time, shrill screams and curses could be heard. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged thin man was terrified. He looked uneasily and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, you said you wouldn't kill me." Hearing this, Wang Mang glanced at the middle-aged thin man, who was almost scared out of his wits, and smiled indifferently. "Don't worry. An idiot like you doesn't have much loyalty to the Yang family. I will keep my word." After saying that, Wang Mang glanced at Yang Jingze and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will let you go too." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Yang Jingze finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had betrayed the Yang family. Now, if Wang Mang went back on his word and didn't let him go, he was also at his wits' end. But looking at the current situation, this senior's reputation was obviously very good. Half an hour later, thousands of people in the Yang family mansion died tragically. At the same time, in Wang Mang's mind, the system's familiar voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Mission successfully completed." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 15 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained immortal level treasure chest X1." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained immortal level blind box X1." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have met the basic requirements for breaking through to rank 5. Chapter 6:29. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was finally bursting with joy. Not counting the immortal stones, he had already accumulated enough energy. It was just that the system still did not prompt that he could evolve to rank 5. This proved that there should be other conditions to reach rank 5. But this was not a problem for Wang Mang. The resources were solved. The following were all small problems. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but burst with joy. Finally completed the mission. He could also leave with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Wang Mang waved his hand, and all the Emperor's Shadow Corps disappeared one after another. This was the advantage of the Emperor's Shadow Corps, undying and indestructible, moving at will. Practically with a thought from Wang Mang, it could appear. When not needed, it could also be recalled with a thought. After recalling the Emperor's Shadow Corps, Wang Mang turned his head and said to Anlan, "We also go back." Hearing that, Lan nodded, and the two people soared into the sky and left. Seeing this scene, Yang Jingza and the thin middle-aged man exchanged a glance, and both heaved a sigh of relief. Never thought that Wang Meng was more trustworthy than they imagined. Well, what they did not know was, if Wang Meng killed all the Yang Mansion's people and still did not complete the mission, then Wang Meng would kill the two of them without hesitation. Therefore, the two could only be considered lucky and barely manage to keep their lives. "Young master, where are we going now?" At this time, the middle-aged man looked at Yang Jingza eagerly. Yang Jingza laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head, saying, "Don't call me young master. The Yang family is gone. Go to the nearby Black Dragon City. We can't continue to stay in this Azure Wood City." The middle-aged man nodded and quickly left with Yang Jingza. Not long after the two left, the huge Yang Mansion was also surrounded by many powerhouses. There was no other reason. In the middle of the night, an earth-shaking battle occurred in the Yang Mansion. Anyone in the East City basically heard the commotion. But when they rushed over and saw the Yang Mansion that was in a mess and almost destroyed, they were all stunned. There were even a few Stage 5 powerhouses among them. After exchanging glances, they began to discuss. "There's a battle between Type 5 powerhouses here. The person who wiped out the Yang family is definitely not weak. In such a short time, they managed to kill 3 Type 5 powerhouses of the Yang family, killing everyone from the Yang family. Looks like the treasures and wealth of the Yang family have all been plundered. Damn it, we shouldn't have hesitated back then. Now, we don't even have the chance to act." Yes, he still had some scruples about the Yang family's old ancestor, but the person who did it didn't have any scruples at all. It seems he's someone who values money more than his life. After discussing for a while, these Stage 5 powerhouses of the Eastern City looked at each other and left helplessly. These Tier 5 powerhouses were clearly all people from the other 3 great families. He definitely had his own thoughts about the Yang family. However, he was still hesitating. But when they came back to their senses, they realized that they had already lost their chance. On the other side, the sky had just brightened. Wang Meng had already returned to the general's mansion. He couldn't wait to sort out his gains. Well, the main thing was that he wanted to see what other conditions were needed to advance to Stage 5. Therefore, Wang Meng silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Wang Meng, Sage to Be's disciple, General Longwei. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Cultivation, 33,000 years. 9th Heaven Immortal Venerable. Physique, HP 5,900, Energy 5,900, Length 636 meters, with 31 meters, Weight 8 million tons, Ordinary supernatural powers, God-controlling seal, Hand of the Void, Blade of the Void, Void Escape, One-Step Horizon, Shape-shifting. Top supernatural powers, 3 lives Supreme Buddha, Small Success, Hongjun 3 Corpses Technique, None, Wrath of Gods and Demons Perfection. Space, Stage 5 Pill Formula X1, One-Time Top Bad Luck Card X1, Blood Recovery Pill X1, Vitality Recovery Pill X1, Forgotten Love Water X1, Diamond Treasure Chest X1, Immortal Level Blind Box X1, Immortal Level Treasure Chest X1, Immortal Stones 120 million. Equipment, Top World Multicolored Stone X1, High Level World X1, Stage 5 Powerhouse Summoning Card X1, Divine Martial Sword, Immortal Emperor Mask. Luck value, 299 Flood of Fortune. Energy value, 200 million/200 million. Can check upgrade condition 0/2. After looking at his personal information, Wang Meng was instantly overjoyed. These immortal stones were indeed over 100 million, and it had reached 120 million. It was several times more than the harvest in the Supreme Tomb. Moreover, he had indeed gathered the basic conditions to advance to stage 5. However, there was actually an upgrade condition. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said without hesitation, "Check the upgrade condition." The next moment, the price increase condition appeared in front of his eyes. Stage 5 introduction. Stage 5 powerhouses already possess the ability to create a world, long lifespan, and endless power. Upgrade condition 1. Stage 5 powerhouses must have their own boundless world. They can create a world on their own and can also devour the origin of a great world. Upgrade condition 2. Send the true spirit into the river of time, river of karma, and river of life. To be on the safe side, please obtain 3 items: Stage 5 Sands of Time, Stage 5 Karma Thread, Stage 5 Life Stone. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. There are ready-made worlds. If the host wants to convenience, you can choose to refine the origin of the battle energy world. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. Stage 5, Sands of Time, Karma Thread, Life Stone. This system can provide for sale. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately smiled. He didn't expect that the system would sell all 3 items needed to advance to stage 5. Moreover, the system also gave him the most efficient way to fulfill another condition. That was to refine the origin of the battle energy world. He directly obtained a great world on the spot. He didn't need to create it at all. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel happy. System, how about the price of these 3 items to advance to stage 5? The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. The price is as follows. Please take a look at it yourself. Sands of Time, 60 million energy value. Karma Thread, 60 million energy value. Life Stone, 60 million energy value. Note, the host can take credit. The interest is the same as the principal of the loan. After looking at the price provided by the system, Wang Mang almost couldn't help but curse. This was a F** king extortion. The 3 items added up to 180 million energy value. In other words, if he wanted to really advance to stage 5, he still needed to spend 180 million. Even if he deducted the 120 million immortal stones he had, he still had a gap of 60 million. What was even more excessive was that this dog of a system, its conscience had been eaten by a dog. If he went to the system to take credit for 60 million, he would have to return 120 million to the system. This was simply robbing a burning house. Chapter 630. However, this time, Wang Mang would definitely not give in. Moreover, he still had 3 blind treasure chests. Therefore, it wasn't impossible to get 60 million. Therefore, Wang Mang rejected the system's suggestion. He did not want to borrow 60 million and return 120 million to be exploited by the system. Therefore, after Wang Mang took a deep breath, he silently said in his heart, "System, open the diamond treasure chest." He wanted to open the remaining 3 treasure chests. After collecting the last 60 million, he would buy the treasure that fulfilled the stage 5 advancement requirement. Then, he would leave the Sacred Emperor continent and head to the Battle Aura world to refine the world origin of the Battle Aura world and break through to stage 5. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the diamond treasure chest." Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully obtained 5 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a house-demolishing husky. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a male teddy. Ding! Congratulations, host, successfully obtained a crispy roast duck. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 2 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 3 million energy points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He did not expect to get 2 dogs from opening the diamond treasure chest this time. However, Wang Mang was more satisfied. The diamond treasure chest also gave him 10 million energy points. Not bad. Not bad at all. It could be said that the diamond treasure chest gave him 10 million energy points. This was something that Wang Mang did not expect. In comparison, it was even better than the celestial blind treasure chest that he got last time. With his mood greatly improved, Wang Mang once again muttered in his mind, "System, open the celestial treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the celestial treasure chest." Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a strand of nose hair from an immortal emperor. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully obtained a rank 4 immortal fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 2 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 3 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 5 million energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 10 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a dragon-subduing Arhat's leg stretching pill. That's right. Very good. This immortal treasure chest was simply too awesome. He directly obtained 30 million energy values, in addition to the energy value he had obtained earlier. Now, Wang Mang was only short of the last 20 million energy points. If the following immortal level blind boxes worked harder, Wang Mang didn't need to look for the system for credit. However, he thought of the immortal level blind box that had always been a scam. Wang Mang felt uncertain again. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang still silently said in his heart, "System, open the immortal level blind box." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the immortal level blind box." Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 1 million energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Not bad, as long as it wasn't the first time he opened a prize and opened a piece of trash. In fact, Wang Mang could accept it. This was mainly because the immortal level blind box was indeed too unreliable. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained 3 million energy points." Good. Very good. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely overjoyed. It seemed that the immortal level blind box this time wasn't too bad. In a happy mood, Wang Mang began to look forward to the next prize. Not long after, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host! Obtained 6 million energy points." Good. Very good. Another 10 million energy points were in his hands. Now, Wang Mang was only missing the last 10 million energy points. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more overjoyed. 10 million energy points was still a piece of cake for Wang Mang. Moreover, he had only opened the prize 3 times. Was it good? He had opened another 10 million energy points? Just as Wang Mang was feeling extremely happy, the system's voice sounded for the 4th time, frowny-faced Ding. "Congratulations, host! successfully obtained Old Mother of Li Shan's original underwear. Easy. When he heard that it was another piece of trash, Wang Mang instantly panicked. Because if it was any other piece of trash, Wang Mang could still accept it. But the problem was that the underwear series was different. If this thing came once, there would definitely be a second time. Just as Wang Mang was panicking, the system's voice sounded for the 5th time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host successfully obtained Xiao Sun Er's original underwear. Damn, I knew it. When he finished listening to the system's 5th prize, Wang Mang felt extremely helpless. He knew that once the underwear series appeared, it would definitely appear more than once. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the 6th time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host successfully obtained Nailin Yenran's original underwear. Sigh. After hearing the system's 6th prize, Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. Now, he only hoped that he could get more energy points, because there were only 2 more prizes left for the Celestial Blind Box. At this moment, the system's voice sounded for the 7th time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host obtained West Sea Dragon Concubine's original underwear. Good fellow. Underwear again. There were only 3 sets of underwear since the beginning. System, please be a human. Give me something else. Wang Mang couldn't help but break down. At the same time, he no longer had any hope for the Celestial Blind Box. He probably wouldn't be able to get the last 10 million energy points. Just as Wang Mang shook his head and sighed, the system's voice sounded for the 8th time, frowny face ding. Congratulations, host 10 million energy points. After hearing the system's words, Wang Mang was stunned. He didn't have any hope at all. In the end, the system really gave him the last 10 million energy points. It could be said that it was a rare chance for him to be happy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but be even more high-spirited. System, exchange the Celestial Stone for energy points. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny face ding. Congratulations, host successfully exchanged for energy points. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully obtained 120 million energy points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang said without hesitation, System, purchase stage 5 Sands of Time, Carmeline, and Life Stone. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny face ding. 180 million energy points have been successfully deducted. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained Sands of Time. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained Carmeline. Ding. Congratulations, host obtained Life Stone. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Now that he had broken through to stage 5, he only needed to refine the Battle Chi world. After refining the origin of the Battle Chi world, he could break through to stage 5 Immortal Emperor. After his strength reached stage 5, it didn't matter if he was in the Sacred Emperor continent, or if he was in the journey to the west. He was already considered an expert.